Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order with a roll call from our City Clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Thank you. Councilmember Fox will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone, please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And our City Clerk has some procedural items to address.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Thank you.
Okay, to speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk, secretary, staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the chamber doors. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may use the raise your hand feature to indicate you'd like to speak or press star 9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the City Council. Now we'll go to City Manager John Conley for the approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll be removing item C6 from tonight's agenda, the support for California Assembly Bill 1127. There are no other changes to tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We had 3 presentations this evening. I'd like to invite my fellow council members to join me at the lectern for the first of the 2 presentations, first 2 of the 3. Okay, our first presentation this evening is one proclaiming and declaring August 13th, 2025 as the Rotary Club Vista Day in the city of Vista. And accepting the proclamation are club members Daryl McFarland, Sue McFarland, Barbara Garcia, Steve Lilly, Victoria Waffle, Stephanie Jackal, Chris Williams, Debbie Streeter, John Herrera, Debbie King, and Mac Ganderpana. Come on down. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you for joining.
Good to see you. Thanks for coming. All right. John, looking good. Thanks for coming. Mac, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. All right, glad to have you here tonight. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Good to see you too. Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Young lady, how are you? Oh, you bob that way. Good to see you, Steve. Steve, would you like to show this off on? I don't know who's the. Read this to everybody and have a little photograph. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Rotary Club of Vista, chartered in 1936, has proudly served, 1936, what was 1920, the first year for Rotary? Something like that? Actually, it was 1905. I didn't realize our Rotary Club went back that far. That's pretty impressive. has proudly served the residents of San Diego, North County for nearly nine decades, establishing itself as a cornerstone of civic responsibility, humanitarian service, and community leadership. Whereas in its role as an integral part of Rotary International, a global organization dedicated to fostering peace, goodwill, and service, the Rotary Club of Vista has exemplified the organization's guiding principle of service above self, cultivating leadership, ethical standards, and fellowship both within the local community and across international borders. And whereas the club has played a vital role in advancing international humanitarian causes, including Rotary International's signature mission to eradicate polio worldwide, as well as supporting initiatives that provide clean drinking water, access to health care, and critical resources to underserved and vulnerable populations across the globe. Whereas the Rotary Club of Vista has remained steadfast in its support for education and youth development, awarding scholarships to deserving students, promoting literacy initiatives, and nurturing the next generation of leaders through the impactful programs such as Interact Clubs and the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards, or RYLA, Project LEAD, and Model United Nations. And whereas through its enduring commitment to service, the club has initiated and sustained numerous charitable efforts that have had a profound local impact, including the Brother Benno's Breakfast Program, Operation Hope, annual food and toy drives, and continued support for military families and veterans, thereby strengthening the social fabric of the Vista community. And whereas the Rotary Club of Vista prepares to formally conclude its long and distinguished chapter, and its legacy of service, values, and contributions will live on through the lasting impact it has made and the dedication of its members, many of whom will continue to serve their communities in the spirit of Rotary. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Vista City Council does hereby recognize and commend the Rotary Club of Vista for its outstanding legacy of humanitarian service, community enrichment, and civic leadership. And in honor of the club's remarkable contributions and steadfast commitment to making the world and our city a better place, we do hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 13, 2025, as Rotary Club of Vista Day in the city of Vista. Daryl, do you have any words to share? Or does anyone else? Would you like me to hold that while you, all right.
Well, I really don't have any prepared remarks, but I've been a Rotarian for 27 years now, and it's a wonderful organization. We've had difficulty here maintaining, leadership as we become older in our, but we. And as John said, we have done some things in this community which are lasting and will last on forever. An example of which is the military memorial wall, the black granite wall down there, adjacent to the ball fields at the school there. Great projects. We maintain a foundation that will live on as long as necessary. We have about $250,000 in that for various educational, mostly, and other causes. And one thing that's not on there, we've done a lot of work across the border. Well, it was mentioned a little bit, but for over 20 years, the Rotary Club has had a dental clinic in Ensenada that Mac here has been very instrumental in organizing and keeping working. But we really appreciate the City of Vista, all of the help that you've given us, all the support over the years. It's been a great partnership. Thank you.
Would you all take a photograph with us right this way? Daryl, come on, join me here in the room. Spread out, on the side. We're going to have to prom pose a little bit. I know you all ready. a minute. Here, I'll give you this. I'll hang on to this. How about that? And let's see here. Our next proclamation is one honoring the United States Postal Service on its 250th anniversary. And I'd like to invite our postmaster, Robert Sampson, to come forward to accept the proclamation, and to present and read it, our Deputy Mayor, Katie Melendez. Glad to have you here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, for being here, joining us, and serving as postmaster in the city of Vista. I asked the mayor today if I could read this proclamation because I have a fondness to the Postal Service. My grandfather was postmaster in the Santa Clarita area, and he was a public servant. I would go visit him and serve with him when he did his food distribution, helping his community. And it's just so clear that those that work in the Postal Service have a deep, deep love of their community. And I have seen that love firsthand. So I just want to share this from the entire council and recognize all of their work. So it reads, whereas the U.S. Postal Service has faithfully served the American people for 250 years, playing a vital role in connecting communities, supporting commerce, and safeguarding the democratic process through the delivery of mail and essential services. And since its founding in 1775, the United Postal Service has been a trusted institution, enduring through times of peace and war, embracing innovation, and continually transforming to meet the needs of a growing nation. And the city of Vista is fortunate to be served by two Postal Service locations, its main post office at 960 Postal Way and a carrier annex facility at 1525 East Vista Way, both of which serve as hubs of service and community connection. And whereas we honor not only these local postal facilities, but also the dedication, resilience, and professionalism of the postal workers, past and present, whose efforts ensure that mail is delivered regardless of weather, distance, and circumstance. And whereas the 250th anniversary of the United States Postal Service offers an opportunity for reflection on its historic legacy and for renewed support of its continued role in public life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Vista does hereby proclaim the 250th anniversary of the United States Postal Service, recognizing and celebrating its enduring service to our city and our nation. And be it further resolved that the mayor, deputy mayor, and members of the Vista City Council do hereby join in honoring the United States Postal Service on its 250th anniversary, commend the commitment of the USPS employees in Vista and across the country, and encourage all residents to participate in anniversary events, reflect on the legacy, and support its mission for future generations. Thank you. And if you have any words you'd like to share,
yes,
we'd love
sure,
to hear
please,
from you
sure,
as well.
Well, I want to first thank the city for its invitation on behalf of all the employees at the Postal Service here in Vista. We thank you very much for the consideration and the proclamation. I myself have 35 years in the company. I've been here now 2 years. It's a fantastic organization. My father-in-law started in the company in 1973, talked me into going into the Postal Service after the Army, and I talked my son into actually joining as well. So he's a letter carrier in San Marcos. But yeah, there's a tradition. So plan on being here for a while. But again, on behalf of all of our employees, we look forward to serving you, taking care of everything you need for Postal Service needs now and in the future. Thank you very much for the city. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Here, we'll go to the front.
Okay, and our final presentation is one by San Diego State University's Center for Tobacco and Environment regarding tobacco, e-cigarette, and cannabis waste in San Diego, and possible mitigation strategies. Our presenters are Dr. George Matt, Lydia Greiner, and Lydia Greiner. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Mayor Franklin, City Council members, we're delighted to be here today. Dr. Greiner and I are directing the Center for Tobacco and the Environment, and the fact that the City Council is taking an interest in the topic really speaks highly of the City of Vista and its interest in cleaning up the environment and creating a cleaner, healthier environment for all. I want to start out with a small challenge, maybe a little math problem for you guys. I understand that the City of Vista has about 100,000 people, and I want you to make a guess or a calculation of how many cigarette butts in a city of 100,000 people accumulate over the course of a year. Just to give you a little hint, there are probably about 9,000 smokers in Vista. Maybe 9,000 butts, maybe 90,000 butts. Take a guess, write it down. I will collect it after the presentation. All right, let's move on here. So I want to start out with a little bit of background on cigarette butts, especially cigarette filters, because there's a lot of misunderstanding, miscommunication about filters. So you see on the slide here, you see a filter that has kind of been peeled open. And one thing that relatively few people know is that this filter is actually made of plastic. It's a plastic called cellulose acetate. It's a single-use plastic waste that is part of the cigarette. It's not cotton. It doesn't biodegrade easily. It's plastic. Each filter consists of about 15,000 fibers, and you can see some of them, they fall apart. That plastic is a source of microplastic that we've heard a lot in the news about, that enters the food chain, and unfortunately has become part of our environment. In addition to being plastic, filters collect some of the carcinogens in tobacco smoke, and then when they're thrown away, those toxicants leach into the environment. And that includes nicotine, a Prop 65 reproductive toxicant, carcinogens in mass, including heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, and arsenic. The filters themselves really have the wrong name because they're not filtering much at all. There is the impression that somehow they make a cigarette healthier, but that is a marketing ploy. Filters make cigarettes easier to smoke. It's easier to start. I used to be a smoker. I remember when I took my first puff, age 15 or 16, a little harsh, and that filter makes it easier to kind of swallow. The filters create this false belief of reducing harm, but what happens is when you inhale through a filter, you have to pull harder because there is resistance. That harder pull forces the smoke deeper into your lungs, which is really terrible for you. There are no net health benefits. Yes, there are some carcinogens that are being collected in the filter, but the vast majority goes into your lung and into your body because they're not really filtered. From that perspective, filters are really a defective product. They're a marketing ploy that fool people into believing that it's a healthier way of, staying addicted. There is another piece of information that I think is really relevant, especially for coastal communities, and that is the California Ocean Protection. There is, in 2015, the ocean protection legislation was amended with a trash amendment. And that trash amendment says that permittees, like cities, must prevent any object larger than a quarter-inch from entering the stormwater system. The deadline for this is 2013. Cigarette filters, of course, are larger than a quarter of an inch. So eventually, there's going to be a real task faced by cities like Vista of preventing this kind of stuff from entering. And the question is, well, how are we going to do this? Globally, the number of cigarette butts that are discarded in the environment is mind-boggling. And I'm not going to even try to write out 4.5 trillion cigarette butts. But my favorite way of explaining is if you were to line them up next to each other, they would circle the planet Earth at the equator almost 8 times every day. So literally, the planet is being plastered with cigarette butts. But what about locally? That was really the question that we asked us at the center when we did our study of tobacco product waste in San Diego County. So this is what we did. Here you see a map of San Diego County. You see Chula Vista all the way in the south, and up north we have Vista, San Marcos, Oceanside. Our study focused on the 8 largest cities in San Diego County, and because we are scientists, we drew a random sample of 60 census blocks to represent the different types of land use in the county. We recruited volunteers, including some of the volunteers who are here today, community participants to help us, and then we identified, we put on a map, we geocoded, we photographed, we categorized, and we picked up all of the tobacco product waste twice in these 60 blocks. We created maps, and then we tried to figure out, well, how much is there, what type is it, and what can we do about it? So here is a summary slide of what we found in these 60 census blocks. We went out there the first time, we collected almost 30,000 tobacco product waste items. And then we went back a second time, and they were there again, even though we picked them up before, we cleaned them up. The vast majority of the tobacco product waste items, and that could include lighters, it could include packaging, the vast majority, more than 94%, are cigarette butts. That's the vast majority. So if we take these 60 blocks where we had 30,000 and we extrapolate, well, there are 16,000 blocks in San Diego County, we determine that there are 9.2 million cigarette butts at any point in time that could be collected. They reaccumulate every 1 to 2 months. So if that is the case, then we have in the county, considering that we did not look at all the possible areas to pick up, we have more than 200 million cigarette butts that are discarded. That's just an extraordinary amount from which carcinogens can leach in the environment and microplastics that end up in our food chain. Just to illustrate what this looks in Vista, so here is a census block in Vista, and I think Lydia can remind me which street that is on. I think that's West Vista Way. So the first time in this block alone, we had 1,200 tobacco product waste items. When we came back, there were just a fraction of this, about a third, 362. And of course, you know this as well as I do, you can go anywhere at any point in time and you see cigarette butts. They've become just a ubiquitous, unfortunate relic in our environment. So here's the answer to my question. So how can we determine how many cigarette butts there are in Vista? So here's a little calculation. Vista has about 100,000 people. About 64% are adults. The smoking rate in Vista is about 12% in the adult population, which makes it about 9,200 adult smokers. If they smoke 10 cigarettes a day, this creates 20 million cigarettes that are smoked. About half of them are getting thrown away just in the environment, out of habit. So that makes it 10 million. So if you wrote on your little note, 10 million, you're a winner. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Greiner to tell us what has been done so far and what we might be able to do in the future to tackle this problem.
Can I ask who won? I'm sorry? Councilmember O'Donnell. We're going to have a proclamation next meeting. Okay, so we'd like to start out with some kudos for Vista because you have already started to work on the problem of tobacco product waste. Vista has, as most of you know, already adopted some smoke-free outdoor air policies that prohibit smoking in outdoor restaurants and bars, in recreational spaces, and service areas. That's earned you all a grade of a C on the American Lung Association State of Tobacco Control. That is way better than a D or an F. So, and kudos to Vista Community Clinic for their hard work on tobacco prevention. But policies that restrict smoking in outdoor spaces ultimately should reduce the amount of tobacco product waste that gets littered. Just a couple months ago, your Environmental Commission added tobacco product waste to its work plan, another step. And I'm not sure if this pilot project, I should know this, is finished or if it's still finished. Thank you. You've piloted with I Love a Clean San Diego to see what the impact of putting ash cans in various locations to capture some of the tobacco product waste. So all of those are steps in the right direction to work on this issue. We've got some examples of efforts in other California jurisdictions that we want to throw out there. Coronado, Del Mar, El Cajon, Encinitas, Escondido, and Oceanside have more expansive prohibitions in smoking in outdoor areas, dining entryways, restaurants, sidewalks, recreation areas, service areas, as well as public events. But as I'm sure you are aware, enforcement of these policies can be really challenging. Ultimately, the goal would be to reduce smoking and waste. Manhattan Beach and Beverly Hills, back in 2021, banned the sale of commercial tobacco products entirely within their city limits. The County of Santa Cruz most recently banned the sale of filtered cigarettes. That was last fall. That policy is set to go into effect not before January of 2027. The caveat was that the county needed to identify 2 other jurisdictions within the county that would pass a similar ban. Just 2 months ago, the city of Santa Cruz did just that, and it looks like the city of Capitola is on track to implement a similar ban, which will mean that in those 3 jurisdictions within Santa Cruz County, the sale of filtered cigarettes will be banned. And we also wanted to mention that the city of San Francisco has had a litter abatement fee since 2009. Back then, you didn't need to go to the voters to implement a fee the way you do now in the state of California, but they started at 20 cents a pack, and now they're up to $1.75 a pack, and that fee is to mitigate the costs of tobacco product waste, as well as education. The first 3 things we discussed are actually prevention of tobacco product waste. San Francisco is really mitigating it once it is present. And that concludes our remarks.
Well, thank you very much. And we have a question from Councilmember Contreras.
You know,
Comment?
not so much of a question, just wanting to thank you so much for the work that you're doing, not just here in Vista, but across the region. And I really appreciate you bringing this information to our council meeting directly. You know, this is obviously not good for many different reasons, right? We see the impact of cigarette butts on our environment, and you know, very interesting to see what we can do to raise our grade from a C to higher. We never want to be C level. We want to be A and A plus here in Vista. So I look forward to continuing our conversations and see what we can do. Thank you so much. I appreciate you both.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here to present to us. That'll move us into the oral communications opportunity, tonight's council meeting. And a member of the public may address the council on agency-related matters that are not on tonight's agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature now or press star 9 if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communications item if there are more than 10. And we do have a few oral communication speakers. And we'll start with Janice Jones. And then if you would, if I call your name, please come forward and take a seat in the front row and be ready to speak when your turn is called. Mark O'Connor will be next. Please come forward, as well as Phil Church.
Good evening, everyone. Janice Jones, longtime Vista resident, environmental commissioner, and transparency. I'm on the Community Advisory Board for the Center for Tobacco and the Environment. And I've been kind of doing my own community science project with this in Vista. I did have a handout. I didn't make enough copies for everyone. A couple of you may need to share if you want to look closely at what I have. I'm an ashcan ambassador for the I Love a Clean San Diego ashcan program. I adopted 3 of the ashcans, and the first page of this handout highlights what I have documented in my 3 ashcans that I take care of. On July 7th, the most recent check that I did, there was 1 butt in the canister directly in front of the Vistonian, and there were 8 butts within 20 feet. I Love a Clean San Diego asks us to check a parameter of 20 feet. At Main Street in Santa Fe, there were 2 in the canister, 14 within 20 feet. In the alley behind B&B Liquor, there was 1 in the canister and 15 within 20 feet. So that's behind Bare Roots, behind Best Pizza on the other side. So those are the 3 that I've adopted. Now, I granted those 2, as a commission, environmental commission, we can talk about better locations for them, I think. The one in front of B&B Liquor and in front of Vista Village Pub, I'm not officially the ambassador for those, but I did check them a couple times. B&B Liquor has a little planter area right in front, and it's usually has a lot of butts, and that's continued even with the canister. And it's right there. There are 8 cigars, 2 butts, and 1 vape in the canister when I checked on March 25th. And there were 35 within 20 feet. And then Vista Village Pub, that one I would say, to my knowledge, is the most successful. There were 104 in the canister when I checked. However, there were 54 within 20 feet. So more successful, but still not capturing nearly enough. The other thing that I've done is I piloted and continuing to use the iKick Butts, which was developed by our lovely folks here. And it allows me to collect data really easily by taking photos of what I find. And I kind of adopted Paseo Santa Fe, just south of Terrace, just south of Found Lofts, to Main Street in Santa Fe. I live on Ocean View Drive, just above Terrace, so it makes sense for me to walk down and then kind of monitor that area. It took me 2 days the last time I did a cleanup. July 7th, I cleaned up for over an hour, and on July 8th, it took me 2 trips down there to finish that cleanup, and I probably missed a bunch. The map that you see is what's produced by the app, and you can see it's pretty solid.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Mark O'Connor, you're next, followed by Phil Church, and then Carol Jeffries, if you come forward and be ready to speak. Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Mark O'Connor. I'm with Surfrider San Diego's Rise Above Plastic Committee. When I started with Surfrider over 8 years ago, I was in charge of the Hold On to Your Butt program countywide. We work with outreach to businesses that might want a butt can in front of their businesses. Surfrider purchased the butt cans and had an installer. We worked with I Live a Clean San Diego, who also did outreach and tracked the number of cans we had installed along with their locations. Over time, I saw our efforts were not making much of a dent in the tobacco waste. The cans would be covered with surf stickers so no one knew what they were for. People who could not afford cigarettes would break into the cans to retrieve any tobacco not smoked and roll them into new filterless cigarettes. We had to maintain and replace many butt cans. In my opinion, the butt cans were not working and were a waste of my volunteer hours, and I stepped back from that duty. Twice during these early years, the state had bills to remove the filter from the end of the cigarette moving forward, but each time something went wrong in the process and the bill timed out after being passed by the Assembly before any final vote that could be done by the Senate. So there is hope. I was doing lots of beach cleanups and recovered thousands of cigarette filters over those years. I decided that my volunteer hours would be better spent in trying to stop where smokers could smoke, along with working to remove the filter from the cigarette. As an Encinitas Environmental Commissioner, I've been able to present to the City Council on a public smoking ordinance that limits where people can smoke in public. The less number of places to smoke, the less butts discarded into the environment. It was passed, and the data is limited, but it appears visually to have reduced the number of butts being littered. But it did not stop the problem, and more work needs to be done in eliminating the filter from the cigarette, as recently done in Santa Cruz. From all the data you hear about tobacco waste in your city, I recommend that following Santa Cruz and eliminating the filter off the cigarette, this will move smokers into quitting or into vaping, but we could control that waste with a redemption program and other ways. We should make the tobacco industry responsible for taking vapes back and dispose of the toxic filters, batteries, and plastic components. Surfrider San Diego is assisting showing the documentary Cigarette Surfboard on November 19th, of which we're going to try to invite the council or staff members to attend. We're going to do that throughout every North County city where we're advocating the same hope to remove the filter. Google says about 6% of Californians smoke cigarettes. That's 94% of us that don't smoke cigarettes. We should be able to end this senseless litter in our communities for our health and the health of the planet. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Phil Church, followed by Carol Jeffries. And then after Carol Jeffries, we will start with Barbara Gordon on Zoom.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. First, I'd like to acknowledge council members Fox and O'Donnell for their initiative to research and interview regarding, but not limited to, the South Melrose bike lanes. And that's an indicator of, to me, more depth of interest and understanding of the overall comprehensive impacts than I've experienced. My subject tonight is the traffic calming petition program. The legal references in both municipal code and instructions for petition format are inconsistent and incomplete. Definitions for ranges of petition relative to residents near to a property at the point of a proposed project. Property owners, head of household, resident, who's being asked to sign a petition and who has the right to sign a petition. Neighborhood representative, there's either negligence or fraud occurring with those who are presenting the petitions. The two projects that I'll cite are the Cypress and Alta Vista Terrace Always Stop, recently, I hope, completed. It's changed a few times since they started breaking ground. The second one is Guahomie Lake Road speed humps between Osborne and Ramona Drive. The supporting staff recommendations and reports, easily read by all of you, they're in the e-file. Take a look at the petition, who signed it, where the addresses and residents are. I don't believe myself that the residences along Guahomie Lake Road are actually in Vista. I don't think we annexed past the edge of the road, but that's by looking at a map. The Cypress and Alta Vista stop is, I could spend 3 hours with science and lack of climate impacting brake dust and exhaust emissions created by adding a stop sign on a hill going both ways. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Carol Jeffries. Then we'll start with Barbara Gordon on Zoom, followed by Megan Stewart.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the tobacco e-waste conversation because the e-waste from the vapes is like, that is not just a environmental hazard, it is also like dangerous. Like if you stepped on something like that, you could slip and fall, and they're also very attractive to little children because some of them are brightly colored and they look like electronics and stuff, and you don't want your kids picking that stuff up. So I think that we shouldn't forget that that is also a problem. I see that kind of waste all over the place, and I know it's a challenge, but just wanted to add that in there. Thanks.
Okay, now we'll go to Zoom. We'll start with Barbara Gordon, followed by Megan Stewart.
Thank you. Good evening. I really appreciated the presentation by San Diego State's Center for Tobacco and the Environment. As a health educator, I wanted to share with you some of the growing body of scientific evidence raising serious concerns about the health risk of marijuana use. Public health messaging is crucial to educate users about these risks, particularly as the city is advocating for this drug. According to an editorial published recently in Heart, a peer-reviewed study in the British Medical Journal and also published in the British Cardiovascular Society, it reports marijuana use has emerged as a significant risk for cardiovascular disease, drawing attention from researchers and healthcare professionals alike. The active compound in marijuana, particularly THC, can lead to an increased heart rate, blood pressure, and strain on the cardiovascular system. The potency of marijuana, particularly measured by its THC concentrate, can significantly affect cardiovascular risk in many ways. Study indicates that marijuana users may have a higher risk of heart attack, stroke, especially with individuals with pre-existing conditions. Moreover, the method of consumption, such as smoking, can exacerbate the risk due to the inhalation of harmful substances that really affect our lungs. Understanding the relationship between marijuana use and cardiovascular health is essential for informed decisions made by the City Council and their risk management concerns. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Megan Stewart, followed by Peggy Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Stewart, and I'm here today to point out and ask you to consider the serious and too often overlooked consequences of marijuana use on maternal and fetal health. In 2022, 14.2% of pregnant women who reported using marijuana did so in the first trimester, a critical window for fetal development. According to research published in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine, marijuana use among pregnant women now affects nearly 1 in 15 pregnancies, and that number is growing rapidly, especially in states like ours where marijuana sales are permitted. Although legalization suggests that its use is safe, maternal marijuana use is linked to preterm birth, low birth weight, developmental delays, and even perinatal mortality. And the risks don't end after delivery. THC passes into breast milk and can infect infant brain development. While working for WIC in a different county as a health educator, I was shocked at how many young mothers admitted to and were unaware of the harms that came from marijuana use while pregnant and breastfeeding. Unfortunately, many young moms in Vista are influenced by social media narratives that portray marijuana as a stress reliever, a nausea aid, or a sleep aid. These messages drown out the science that states otherwise. And while some counties in California are trying to educate through WIC or public health offices, there's no uniform standard. I feel that Vista has the opportunity to lead the way by exploring partnerships with WIC, public health programs, and local prenatal care providers to ensure that pregnant and breastfeeding women receive accurate, accessible information about the risks of marijuana use. A simple brochure, a brief counseling script, or a poster in waiting rooms could save lives and futures. Protecting maternal and infant health is a local issue and a city-level responsibility. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Peggy Walker, followed by Becky Rapp.
Thank you very much, and good evening. I've spent a great deal of time studying the health and environmental impact of tobacco, e-cigs, and vapes as a health educator, and I really appreciate the San Diego State University Center for Tobacco and the Environment presentation tonight and the inclusion of tobacco product waste in the Environmental Committee's work plan. But I came tonight regarding the issue of responsible disposal of e-cigs and vapes in particular, which is essential to prevent safety hazards and environmental pollution. It's really important to understand that proper e-cig and waste disposal involves several elements. The type of device, whether disposable or rechargeable, the components like lithium-ion batteries, plastics, and vape juices, and where each of these should be disposed. And it involves determining when the vape should be disposed. When auto firing or overheating, for example, immediate disposal is needed. And when the battery won't hold a charge or is damaged, immediate disposal is needed. Any type of e-cig or vape disposal regulation will require careful enforcement. Because it's a complicated process that involves more than just butt cans, I urge you to consider a vendor or retailer take-back program for e-cigs and vapes where the retailer takes them back and disposes of them, and or a possible waste disposable tax on the sale of e-cigs and vapes to cover the cost of responsible waste disposal. I know other cities are doing this. I thank you for hearing my concerns, and I hope you'll consider these options. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we'll hear from Becky Rapp. Oh, actually, then Madison Rapp afterwards will be our last speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and I too appreciated the presentation tonight regarding tobacco waste and how it negatively impacts the public's health and safety. Tonight, I'd like to urge you to adopt a 100% smoke-free multi-unit housing policy. Secondhand smoke is a proven health threat, and it kills over 50,000 Americans each year and contains thousands of toxic chemicals, including 70 known to cause cancer. In multi-unit housing, smoke doesn't stay inside one unit. It seeps through vents, doorways, shared walls, and into the homes of people who didn't choose it. Several residents have spoken to this council recently, describing their horrific experience of suffering from secondhand smoke exposure while living in their own homes. One resident described her severe health impacts when a neighbor moved in and began smoking. Smoke drifted into her unit daily, and she suffered burning in her nose, headaches, and heart palpitations. So severe that she needed to see a doctor, and she said, quote, "It's like I don't have any rights as a non-smoker in my own home." While high-density housing has become a priority, we must act now by passing smoke-free policies. We're putting more families, seniors, and people with medical conditions at risk in their own homes. Residents want this. There was a 2023 survey of over 500 residents, and it showed 87% do support a smoke-free housing policy, and 95% of property managers support it as well. As you know, Carlsbad has already led the way by enacting such a policy, and it's time for Vista to do the same. This is about fairness, it's about health, and it's about giving residents the basic dignity of breathing clean air in their own homes. Please take action. Vista deserves better. Thank you.
Okay, and finally, we'll hear from Madison Rapp on Zoom.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm here to raise a concern about the escalating harms of youth marijuana use in our community, backed by the most recent federal data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. From 2014 to 2024, cannabis use disorder among kids aged 12 to 17 surged by 74%. That's not just a number, it means 1.2 million children, some as young as 12, are now struggling with marijuana addiction. That's an increase of over 500,000 kids, more than the entire population of Atlanta. And even more alarming, in 2024, 78% of youth who used marijuana in the past month showed signs of addiction. That's up from just 36% a decade ago, a 116% spike. It's clear that the marijuana used today is more potent, more addictive, and more dangerous than ever before. And this also has to do with mental health. Among teens with major depression, 1 in 4 were marijuana users in 2024, more than with any other drug. And for those with moderate to severe anxiety, marijuana use was again the highest. These early patterns don't go away. Over half of adults with serious mental illness were past year marijuana users, a sharp increase from just a few years ago. What we're seeing is the Big Tobacco playbook rebranded as Big Weed, targeting our most vulnerable, our children. Council members, this is a public health crisis. I urge you to take action through public education, zoning restrictions, and local prevention programs to protect our youth from an industry profiting off addiction. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we had 9 oral communication speakers this evening, so that'll conclude the opportunity for oral communications, and we'll close oral communications for the meeting at this time. That'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item from the calendar by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary here at the dais by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 12 consent items this evening, with the omission of C6, which has been removed for consideration this evening. So would entertain a motion to adopt the remaining items. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Contreras.
I'll second that motion, but I also just want to call attention to C8, which is the CIP for 3 traffic signals. I know a lot of folks in the community have been following this. This is a traffic signal for Dawson and Melrose, for Ascot and Melrose, and for, is it Vista Way or Vista Village there? Because Vista Way and Franklin. And with that, you can go ahead and vote.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Maybe. Who are we waiting on? There we go. Okay, the consent calendar is adopted by unanimous vote. That will bring us to our public hearing this evening. We have one public hearing, the appeal of P24-0139, Monte Vista Residential. The public hearing is now open. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card here at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Again, those speaker request cards are on the table just outside the council chambers. Our Community Development Director, Joe Vaca, will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. So this item had been reviewed at a public hearing by the Planning Commission, and Planning Commission supported staff's recommendation for approval based on a density bonus project and consistent with Senate Bill 330 with the Housing Crisis Act. So it was appealed by a resident, and Chris Winters, our senior planner, will provide an overview on the background of the application and go over the appellant's points that he has raised and discuss staff's responses. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Director Vaca. This is public hearing item number 1 for planning case P24-0139. This slide shows the project location. This is a 6.47 acre parcel located on the north side of Monte Vista Drive. The site is currently vacant. It was previously developed with 2 single family residences. Surrounding land uses include single-family homes, open space, vacant parcels, agricultural uses, Monte Vista Elementary School, and Vista Fire Station number 2. This slide shows the existing general plan and zoning designations for the property. It is low density under the general plan, which provides for 2 dwelling units per acre maximum density. The E1 estate zoning provides for minimum half-acre lot sizes. This slide shows the subdivision map. It includes 19 single-family residential lots with sizes ranging from 5,855 square feet to 50,685 square feet. There's 1.81 acres of open space that would be maintained by the project at the north end of the site, and the project would include a private street and detention basin. The proposed density is 2.9 dwelling units per acre. Laws that are applicable to the project include Senate Bill 330, which exempts the project from any changes in the development code as of the submittal date of the project when it was accepted by staff. Under that law, the project is also limited to no more than 5 public hearings, and the law prohibits local agencies from denying projects to comply with the city's objective standards or conditioning such projects in a manner that reduces their density, unless the project would have an adverse impact upon the public health or safety or violate specific state or federal law.
And Mr. Winters, that's because of the affordable component that SB 330 is invoked, is that right?
It's a separate law. It works together with state density bonus law, but SB 330 is a type of a preliminary application that developers use to safeguard some of their projects from being hit with new development standards.
It applies to any residential project, not just affordable housing.
Got it.
Under the state density bonus law, the general plan land use, as I mentioned, was low density for the site, and the zoning is E1 for half-acre minimum lot sizes. So the base density for this property at 6.47 acres would be 13 units. By including 15% of the base density designated for very low-income households, which is 2 units, the project is eligible under state law for a 50% density bonus. So if you take the base density, 13 units, plus 50%, you equal 19.5, which is rounded up to 20 under the law. The project proposes to build 19 homes at a density of 2.93 units per acre. The density bonus project is consistent with state law and Vista's development code and complies with the general plan and must be approved. Under the state density bonus law, the projects are provided with incentives to develop affordable units. This project is eligible for 3 concessions and unlimited waivers from development standards. Under the applicant's request, the 3 concessions are reduced side yard setbacks to 5 feet instead of 10 feet, minimum lot size of 5,800 square feet instead of half-acre lots, and removal of the requirement to underground overhead utility lines at the project frontage. The one waiver requested is to allow a 40-foot front setback instead of 50 feet. Under the state density bonus law, waivers of any development standards must be granted. This slide shows a site development plan and some of the details. There's a detention basin at the southwest corner of the property. The project would include a private street that's 40-foot wide, curb to curb. It includes a new stop sign and new sidewalks. A minimum of 4 off-street parking spaces would be provided for each home, which is 76 total. Plus, there's enough room on the street to accommodate approximately 19 parking stalls on the private roadway. 3 floor plans are proposed. All homes are 2 stories with 4 bedrooms. 3 homes are designed at 2,702 square feet. 8 homes are designed at 3,003 square feet that include ADUs, and 8 homes are designed at 3,294 square feet that include ADUs. So in total, 16 of the 19 homes would include ADUs. Under the state accessory dwelling unit law, ADUs require ministerial review and have to be submitted or approved by staff. Each home will have a 2-car garage. 3 exterior designs are proposed in a farmhouse, transitional Spanish, and Spanish ranch designs. Exterior elements include S-tile roofing, faux shutters, varied color schemes, and decorative light fixtures. The residences would be approximately 30 feet in height. Under general plan consistency, the applicant has designed the project to protect community character with quality design, and the project would add to the city's overall housing supply to support a variety of income and age groups. Under zoning conformance, the project would be consistent with the E1 zone development standards for building height, lot coverage, minimum dwelling size, and parking, excepting for the 3 concessions and waiver that are allowed under state density bonus law. The project is consistent with the applicable state laws, which, as mentioned, includes Senate Bill S 330, state density bonus law, and the accessory dwelling unit law. Under environmental review, there was a comprehensive environmental evaluation prepared for the project that determined the project is consistent with the analysis of the general plan program EIR. The program EIR adequately anticipated and described the impacts of the project, and the evaluation found that the project identified mitigation measures to reduce potential impacts. Conditions of approval require implementation of the mitigation measures, and the project qualifies for an exemption from an additional environmental review, and all required findings can be made in accordance with CEQA. The Planning Commission evaluated the project on June 17th. The commission discussion included the density bonus law, environmental review, roadway capacity, the proposed lot sizes, parking, ADUs, and the open space area. 11 members of the public spoke in opposition to the proposed project. 2 members of the public spoke in favor. The Planning Commission approved the project with a vote of 5-1. On June 26th, the project approval was appealed by a member of the public. The appeal argued that the environmental analysis failed to analyze the full project impacts because it only analyzed the 19 primary units, omitting the 16 ADUs and 19 potential garage conversions. The project failed to analyze school peak hour traffic and used level of service metrics rather than vehicle miles traveled as required under SB 743 and the CEQA guidelines. Staff's response to these points is that the state law requires ADUs must be approved ministerially, not subject to environmental or traffic analysis. A supplemental traffic memorandum prepared by Chen Ryan and Associates states that traffic counts were taken on September 19th during peak AM and PM periods when the nearby elementary school was in session. No impacts were identified. Under the city's traffic impact analysis guidelines, a VMT analysis is not needed for projects that are consistent with the general plan if the project produces less than 1,000 average daily trips. This project would generate approximately 190 daily trips. The appeal further argued that there was no deed restrictions or affordability calculations provided for the project. Under staff's response, the conditions of approval require that before a final map is recorded and building permits are finalized, the 2 single-family homes must be deed restricted for very low-income affordable units. The appeal argued under fire safety and emergency access that the project's 24-foot streets with on-street parking allowed on both sides reduced effective emergency vehicle access below the 16-foot minimum required. There's no evidence of a secondary emergency access point or adequate turnarounds for dead-end roads as required by high fire hazard zones. Also, several units, including ADUs, appear to exceed the 150-foot hose pull distance from fire lanes, which would require fire sprinklers per the California Fire Code. The project does not provide for these mitigations. Under staff's response, the project is adjacent to a moderate fire hazard zone. It is not within a high fire hazard zone, and conditions require meeting building code emergency access and fire sprinkler requirements for all fire safety. When a site is adjacent to a moderate fire hazard zone, there's additional requirements that will be looked at under the building code and the fire code. All homes must be sprinklered, built with materials and construction for exterior wildfire exposure. The appeal argued that the public notice and staff report failed to disclose the full potential unit count, 19 homes plus 16 ADUs and 19 garage conversions, misleading the public about the project's true scale and impacts in violation of the Brown Act due process, as the public was not fully informed or able to comment on the real impacts. Staff's response, the public notice was not required to identify the inclusion of ADUs within the project. ADUs must be reviewed ministerially under state law. They're not subject to discretionary review of the tentative subdivision map or the site development plan under the project's entitlement. The appeal argued that the project's waiver of minimum lot sizes requirements results in much smaller lots than the surrounding E1 properties, undermining community character and conflicting with the general plan policy LU 1.3 and housing element policies requiring compatibility and adequate infrastructure. Staff's response is that the reduced lot size is one of the incentives requested for the project in accordance with the state density bonus law. Under that law, waivers of development standards must be granted that would otherwise physically preclude the project from being constructed at this proposed density. Staff's recommendation would be for the council to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and approving a tentative subdivision map, site development plan, and density bonus to construct 19 single-family homes at 1800 Monte Vista Drive. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is also present and has a brief presentation for the council.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Wait for my slides. Okay, there we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Arlene Tendick, and I'm here representing CalWest and the project team who's all seated over here. Staff did a really good job just sharing all of the nuts and bolts of this project, so I'll make it quick. There are just a couple points that I wanted to reiterate here. CalWest has been a member of the Vista community for nearly 30 years. In that time, we've developed 13 neighborhoods, roughly 450 homes. These are places where people have raised their children, grown old, established roots, and ultimately thrived. Places that the city of Vista can really be proud of, and we know that this new collection of homes at Monte Vista will be no exception to that. Community compatibility came up with some of our conversations with the neighbors, and just want to reiterate that community context is a cornerstone for us as part of our planning process. Really looking at what's around us, what's coming, what's there now, and how do we make sure that these proposed communities knit seamlessly into the existing condition. We looked at our unique placement on the jurisdictional boundary, really looking at the wide range of residential uses, varying lot sizes within the city to the west of us, and then the more rural uses to the east of us in the county, and really look to find balance between providing houses and making sure that we were consistent with all those different housing configurations. We're really proud that we're providing market rate and affordable housing on site. As Chris mentioned, that'll be deed restricted through a recorded agreement. All of this is consistent with state law. We really are proud of the work that we've done here, and we ask that tonight you follow staff's recommendation, affirm Planning Commission's approval, and help provide these meaningful homeownership opportunities by denying this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And did we have the appellant present? No? Are we? Okay, very good. It's one of our speakers. Okay, we'll proceed to hear from members of the public. We'll start with Penny Harrington, followed by Jennifer Benitez, and then from Keith Andrew. If you would, go ahead and come forward, grab a seat in the front row, and be ready to speak when it's your turn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Probably would have been good for Keith to go first since he's the appellant, but I join my neighbors tonight in asking you to modify the approval of this development, so not in keeping with our neighborhood zoning. It's too many units in too little space with insufficient parking, and it presents fire and traffic hazards. We all realize that your hands are tied to an extent due to the state's overreach in what should be local decisions regarding land use. We heard over and over, must be approved, must be approved, must be approved in the presentation. The only way to fix that is at the state level, but our lawmakers have passed hundreds of laws over the past 8 years alone that remove local control. That's why I ask you this evening, in addition to considering this project appeal, to join with other officials and cities in endorsing the Our Neighborhood Voices initiative. I have packets for all of you, mayor and council members, that include basic information on the proposed constitutional amendment, which is the only way to ensure that cities and counties can regain their autonomy when it comes to land use. The cities of Oceanside and San Marcos have already joined the effort, as have Encinitas and Del Mar. This information will be in your packet following this meeting. I'm not an attorney, nor do I play one on TV. But I read a lot of legislation, and the text appears to balance the ability of local jurisdictions to control their land use planning and zoning according to their constituents' needs with statewide overarching interests like protecting the environment, endangered species, water, and coastal issues. More information is available at ourneighborhoodvoices.com. Enough is enough. We need to take back local control and end Sacramento's bulldozing of our autonomy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Benitez, followed by Keith Andrew, and then Oscar Vass.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Benitez. I live at 1900 Monte Vista Drive. I forgot to say good evening, Mayor Franklin, sorry, and council members. I have to wing my new speech because you guys brought up a lot of the things that I was going to talk about. So I'll do my best, not that I'm nervous. I would like to share my concerns about the review done for this project. I think some key factors have been overlooked. The true nature and scope of this project came to light literally a day before the Planning Commission meeting on July 17th, only because a neighbor took the time to read material associated with that meeting. Mind you, this was days after an on-site meeting with the owner and developers, who failed to mention additional housing at all, just the 19, and the fact that they could have done 20. Especially as we pleaded for reduced number of houses. We understand housing is needed, but this area, all the areas in that is half an acre. Most of them are acre. And I sold my very first home in LA just to buy a property there because it was half an acre minimum. And I mean, I gave up a big investment to go and invest in this, in Vista. And the fact that these rules no longer apply is just not fair, you know? There's, of course, ongoing concerns about the flooding and drainage remain unresolved or only papered over in the checklist, despite clear evidence that more paved surfaces and more residents compound the risk. Under SECA, if there's a substantial evidence that a project may cause significant environmental impacts, preparing an EIR becomes a legal requirement, not just an option. With these facts, the technical documentation city staff and consultants have raised, this council has both the discretion and the duty to reject the claims of exemption and instruct staff to conduct a thorough project-specific EIR. Doing so ensures that all risks, especially those we see in our everyday lives, are reviewed and properly mitigated before a project of this scale moves forward. On a personal note, I bought this house in this area because, like I said, the nice country style known for there. I felt assured it would stay that way because of the half-acre minimum. My personal concerns are the noise that 19 families plus an additional 16 probably in the back, and possibly the junior ADUs, are going to bring to our nice little quiet area. Then also my concerns are that investors are going to buy the house, which happens in a lot of projects like they had in San Marcos with the businesses.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and next we have the appellant Keith Andrew. After Mr. Andrew, we'll hear from Oscar Voss and Francis Brown. If you heard your name called, please go ahead and come forward, sit in the front row, be ready to speak when it's your turn. Mr. Andrew.
Good evening. My name is Keith Andrew, and I live on Monte Vista Drive. And I'm part of a group of about 60 households that are in opposition to this project, as is. We're not in opposition to building in general, but we're just in opposition to this project as it's currently being presented. But specifically, I want to address a critical CEQA compliance failure in this project's traffic analysis. So Monte Vista Elementary is a textbook, what's called a special generator under CEQA and Caltrans guidance. And these guidelines are, they're explicit. When a land use generates short, high-intensity traffic spikes outside the standard morning or evening commute, you're supposed to study those surges directly, and schools are the most obvious of those examples. This traffic study conducted in October of last year failed to do that. So they averaged counts over longer blocks of time, smoothing out the true peaks that occur in 30-minute windows at the 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Drop-off pickup times when traffic on Monte Vista can gridlock in these 30-minute windows. So without capturing that data, the analysis is not accurate under the CEQA guidelines. So on top of that, the traffic study only modeled the 19 primary homes, as Jennifer just said. It completely ignores the additional trips with the 16 ADUs, plus the potential garage conversions once the units are built. And we all know that, what's going on with the ADU madness, those conversions, a lot of them are likely to happen. And they're going to add a lot of cars. And so CEQA requires you to evaluate the reasonably foreseeable impacts. And here, those foreseeable impacts were left out. And we know the stakes because a number of years ago, a 6-year-old child from Monte Vista Elementary and his dad were hit by a car, and the child had to be life-flighted out and continued the rest of the year with a helmet on his head because it was a pretty serious injury. So we know the stakes are real. And so if this council approves a project without fixing these analytical gaps, you'll be doing so knowing the data is incomplete and the safety impacts are underestimated and the city is legally vulnerable. So I'm requesting that you require a corrected targeted traffic study that captures both the true school peaks and the actual foreseeable number of housing units. Anything less than that is unsafe and indefensible under the CEQA guidelines. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from Oscar Vass, followed by Francis Brown, and then Scott Martin.
Good evening. Approval of the Monte Vista Residential Project P24-0139 as is currently presented potentially exposes the City of Vista, its community, and citizens to health and safety infrastructure and legal risk and liability. I respectfully urge this council before final approval to re-review the development application for completeness. While both Assembly Bill AB 130 and Senate Bill SB 131 contain significant reforms to CEQA in relationship to housing projects, these reforms, however, do not preclude cities from ensuring that proposed projects are approved and built to not create health and safety conditions nor pose risk and liability upon localities and its citizens. Specific restrictions apply to site areas located in a high fire zone. This project does not contain mitigation or protection for health and safety issues caused by, among other things, additional traffic. As far as rezoning exceptions do not apply to rezoning sites in high fire areas. I respectfully urge this council to, before final approval, re-review this project with a keen eye and take proper action to address and remedy deficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Francis Brown, followed by Scott Martin, and then Merrill Leeds.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Let me speak up. I'm Francis Brown. I've lived in Vista for a long, long time, and not often do I get up and speak my piece, but I live directly across the street from the project. And I'm wondering now if I'm going to be able to get in and out of my driveway. We've got 20, I was horrified when I saw the picture and the notice about 20 homes. And I thought, well, how high rise are they going to squeeze 20 into 6 acres? And I have a son and daughter-in-law, and they have 3 children. They have 5 cars at their house. 5 times 20 is quite a few cars. And yes, there's 2 garages to each house, but that still leaves all of the children's cars somewhere else. So do they facilitate parking there on that 6 acres for all of those children's cars? Or are they going to come across the street and park in front of my property? So I questioned that, and I thought, oh boy, this is what Vista has come to. And every time I go in and out the driveway, I look at that advertisement of, the apartments and what they're going to do. And I thought, well, that's such, I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it because I've been around a long time. It's kind of like an eyesore because when I moved here 60 years ago, It was rural country, which it still is, really nice community, nice pieces of property, quiet homes, not a lot of anything going on other than the traffic at the school. And apparently traffic going in and out now trying to get over to 15 freeway or 78. So they're all on Monte Vista, backing up traffic. And there's poor old Mrs. Brown thinking, how am I going to get out of my driveway? I can't see anymore. I can't hear. How do I get out the driveway? And so I don't mind people having money and investing and trying to do the best with what they can do. But it's just, to me, very misplaced, to say the least, because there's nothing of that style in the area, and I don't think it's going to add a lot. I think it might deter a lot. And then what's going to happen when the Cactus Farm, I've known those owners for 60 years. They came from Europe and were very successful. But when the time...
Thank you very much. I apologize. That's the end of your 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I apologize. I'm required by law to limit your time to the 3 minutes. I'm sorry I have to do that. Now it's Mr. Scott Martin's turn to speak. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So I'm Scott Martin, 1902 Monte Vista. I am a fourth generation Vistonian. I purchased my property from my grandmother, my great-grandmother, in about 20 years ago. And we have one of the last remaining avocado stands in the city. I am also a landscape architect where I practiced for 20 years, although now I design systems for communities to talk to each other around the world post-conflict. This is not a significant conflict. It's just sad. It's an abuse of a law that's meant to alleviate a housing problem in California. And yet what it does is something quite different. And what it does is alters the nature of this community in pursuit of profit. And it's a bummer. In my 20 years as a landscape architect, I refused to work on projects that accounted to urban sprawl, which is what this is. They said infill. It's not infilling anything. These are agricultural properties around. These are large estate properties around here. We are not infilling. We're adding to sprawl. And what I would ask them, and I look at these plans, and I say, where on this plan have you taken into account anything about this neighborhood? The answer was silence, and they said, well, we're here, but yet in the 3 meetings, we haven't seen one adjustment to this plan that addresses our concerns. You have a high-speed street, but the sidewalk is smashed up against that street just so they can add 5 more feet to that adjacent property. Profit over safety and community. And if you look at that main road that goes down the center, they've maximized and gone beyond the setbacks allowable because they can. And so there are no street trees and no parkways along there. And so what I'm asking for you to do, because I know none of you are here for the money, you're here because you love our city. And if we let this pass and just say, whatever boilerplate complaint comes to our town, as long as they're lawyered up, we will let them go through without any recommendations from planning. So I don't like what's on that plan, and I know that the density has to be approved. But what I don't like more is what's not on the plan. There are no conditions for approval requiring street trees, requiring what this is going to look like. The top of that building on the top will be 50 feet above the street level, meaning you will see all of this massing from Monte Vista, unless we have some conditions to alter that. What is the rush to approve this without any conditions? We already see that there are some issues with this plan. I'm not as concerned about those pieces, but they are concerns. And so why are we rushing to approve something instead of giving the planning direction on how to revisit this and make it more in compliance with the neighborhood that all of you are here to preserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Merrill Leeds, followed by, I apologize, I have to ask you to hold your applause per our council ordinance during the remainder of our meeting. Now we'll hear from Merrill Leeds, followed by Nikki Leeds, and then Frank Sloat. If you heard your name, please grab a seat in the front row. Be ready to speak. Mr. Leeds.
Hello, Mayor Franklin, council members, and city officials. My name is Merrill Leeds, and I'm here today to speak in favor of appealing the Monte Vista development project. Yes, we desperately need to develop more housing, but a vote to move this project forward at such a notoriously congested location would set a very dangerous precedent while ignoring the permanent health and safety risks to neighboring students and residents. Moreover, despite having been qualified for the exemption from CEQA Section 15283, this project is in direct conflict with the Vista's updated climate action plan, which specifies in numerous places, including policy 4.3 and 6.22, which are pursuant to designing public and private infrastructure with development that is pedestrian-friendly and improves access to transit. So, in the spirit of making sound, long-term decisions that protect the planet as well as the health and safety of all future Monte Vista Elementary graduates and local residents, I urge you to reverse the decision to allow an inappropriately high housing concentration contained within this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Nikki Leeds, followed by Frank Sloat, followed by Kenneth Zuniga.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm speaking tonight in strong opposition of the Monte Vista Drive housing development. Having shuttled kids to and from Monte Vista Elementary spanning many years, I'm extremely familiar with the traffic and pedestrian road hazards. This stretch of Monte Vista Drive is so dangerous that a barrier was installed after a father and his son were critically injured when struck down by a car in the crosswalk. This is an ultra-hazardous zone. City safety must remain a top priority, and to greenlight this housing development in its current form would represent a dereliction of duty. Some glaring issues of concern is that the city did not require a proper analysis of school zone peak traffic hours, and the current assessment on file is an underestimation that doesn't take into account the proposed ADUs, which will essentially double the number of projected vehicles and environmental impacts. The current zoning would not allow for a project of such density, and for very good reason. Simply put, the neighborhood health and safety profile doesn't support this density. The city's own records reflect that the current development plans don't conform to required setbacks for school zones and fire safety required private drives. For the record, I'm so incredibly concerned about the children's safety that I, along with other neighbors, foot the hefty cost of filing this appeal before you. It cannot be overstated that a project of such scope built right next door to the elementary school will pose a dangerous traffic and vehicle threat, but also a toxic chemical threat to the children and staff. I'm referring to the use of PFAs, known as forever chemicals. It is widely known that PFAs are often used in construction materials, including roofing, timber, solar panels, and landscaping. With this overly dense project slated to start construction this school year, it is of timely consideration that the city rethink its prior approval. Children and staff will forever be exposed to these toxic chemicals, hence the name Forever Chemicals. There is little disagreement that California needs more housing, and I applaud Cal West for having the fortitude, courage, and quite frankly, bravery to build here. The red tape, permit fees, and bureaucratic delays make it financially risky for a developer in California. I do appreciate it, but this is not the right spot. Therefore, I ask the City Council to vote no on advancing this housing project. Thank you very much.
Frank Sloat, followed by Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Nicolette Ramirez.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Frank Sloat. I've lived on Monte Vista now for 40 years. My grandson attends Monte Vista, a great school that's been at the heart of our community for generations. I understand there's a housing shortage, and I agree we need thoughtful solutions. But the Costera Hill, that's what I see on the sign, group's proposed development as it stands needs to be reconsidered, and here's why. First, the plan would remove a significant amount of green space, space where families gather, kids play, and community connects. Green space isn't just nice to have, it helps absorb rainwater to reduce flooding and prevent erosion. We already see erosion problems near the school's eastern embankment, where runoff brings mud into the parking lots. Removing even more green space will make those problems worse. Second, the proposed density combined with only one exit is a safety concern. In the event of fire or other emergency, that bottleneck could be disastrous. Third, pedestrian and bicycle safety must be addressed. Every day I see families walking their children down Monte Vista to school without sidewalks or bike lanes. And plus the amount of speeding cars and the angle going down to Monte Vista, we've got heavy equipment, construction trucks, all kinds of stuff. It funnels down in front of the school. Well, that's not optional to ignore this. So this isn't about opposing housing. It's about making sure new development is safe, sustainable, and in harmony with our community's needs. We can build more homes without sacrificing safety, green space, and quality of life. And tomorrow's the first day of school in Vista, where they studied this traffic before. It was just Monte Vista that's open. Now tomorrow, another school will be opening. A brand new school, Vita, will be opening. So these parents from all over Vista, they come funneling in, and there's just more traffic. So I encourage the council members to go down on the first day of school and watch the traffic. Watch that. And that's about all I have to say, and I really oppose what's going on and hope you can kind of slow down. All right? Okay, thank you.
Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Nicolette Ramirez, followed by Jacob Aldridge on Zoom.
Okay, good evening. I urge the council to deny this appeal and approve the continuation of the project. I believe the basis of the arguments that were cited falls short of any full argument, and I appreciate the staff for being able to rebut the appeal. I've heard my fellow residents saying, we need more housing, but then they want to cancel this project. I want to reiterate that this city needs housing. The state is in the housing crisis. The US is in a housing crisis. We need more deed-restricted housing. We need infill housing. We need to ensure those who are considered very low income are able to purchase a house, especially when the average house price in Vista is $915,000, according to Redfin. Do you guys know that the San Diego County puts the median wage at $130,000? That means if you're only using 30% of your income, you can't even afford to buy a house here in Vista. You have to make $194,000. $194,000. Are we living in the Bay Area? Is this San Francisco? There's not jobs that pay that much out here. So we need more housing that uses the state density bonus laws. We need to reduce minimum lot requirements throughout the city. And we need to, having half-acre lots isn't practical at all, especially when Vista is supposed to grow in its population. We need to accommodate for the influx of people that are going to come or people that are going to continue to have families here. If we don't address the housing crisis, it will lead to homelessness, it will lead to Vistans leaving the city, and it won't bring a better community. I just want to state that the median new homeowner age is 38. I'm 27. Do I have to wait for another 10 to 20 years to buy a new home? I want to be able to afford a house, be a homeowner, and live in Vista and grow and build my family. And that's why I think this city council needs to approve these projects and continue to build more housing in this community. So thank you.
Next is Nicolette Ramirez, and then we'll go to Zoom. We'll start with Jacob Aldridge, and then we'll hear from Charlie Bachmeyer.
Good evening, everyone. I am here to respectfully ask you to re-examine and adjust this proposed project. I recognize the need for affordable housing, but this area is not right for the proposed project. It will not be a seamless fit. The project has a huge impact on public health and safety. I have been in this area for many years and have seen how overburdened current city infrastructure is in this area. This project would have a devastatingly negative impact on safety, fire hazards, wildlife, traffic, parking, and on the surrounding residents and children at Monte Vista Elementary. A one-day window does not reflect the true scope of activity in this area. There is already heavy traffic, and I have personally witnessed multiple accidents in this area, a few involving children. At a previous meeting, someone from the team proposing this residential project said that the car accident was the fault of the victims, a father and son. Regardless of who is at fault, we who live in this area do not want to witness anyone else getting hurt due to the increased activity that this project will bring to this area. I recognize that this is simply my opinion, but there being only 2 affordable housing units, the minimum 15% in this entire project, shows me that the true priority is not to provide affordable housing for Vista. It is an abuse of the California's density bonus law. I strongly urge you to reconsider and re-examine this project. I'm sure that this project has a home somewhere in Vista, but this already overburdened area is not the right fit. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to the voices of conservative neighbors in this area.
Now we'll go to Zoom. We'll hear from Jacob Aldridge, followed by Charlie Bachmeyer. Jacob Aldridge, can you hear us? Jacob Aldridge.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear from the people of Vista today. City of Vista Mayor, my name is Jacob Aldridge, and I am here because we are in a housing crisis. I would like everyone here to weigh the arguments that you've heard today. You hear pro-housing, homes for our children, a secure place to raise a family. You hear the arguments against housing, definition of character and traffic. Growth of our city, increased tax revenue and economic opportunities, or character and traffic. Decreased homelessness, socioeconomic mobility, and citizens in a city who thrive, or character and traffic. If my fellow citizens stand here and speak of abuse of eminent domain, or that the construction would block their home from seeing the sun, or one of many other legitimate reasons to oppose new construction, then let us listen. Consider solutions. Perhaps a new public transportation route or modification to the proposed plan. But if you stand here and speak of character and traffic, I invite you to consider the impact your words have on the young and growing families in Vista, including myself. Thank you.
Okay, next, we'll hear from Charlie Bachmeyer, followed by Rebecca Panchetti.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, amazing. Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you for this time. Thank you for pronouncing my last name correctly. I know it's a hard one. So I'm here to speak about the Monte Vista residential project. I live up on Oro Avo Drive, which is just a little farther north off of Buena Creek, which is one of the main access routes to Monte Vista. I had the pleasure of speaking with Fire Chief Gerard Washington in our community shortly after the devastating fires in LA. And one thing that continuously came up was that this unincorporated area where Monte Vista is, where Avo is, much of Buena Creek, has seen a lot of residential development, but the road infrastructure has not gone to account for it. And there was a lot of concern with our ability to evacuate in a timely manner when a fire happens, not if. So I have no opposition to the actual building of this new housing development. I just strongly consider the city as one of the conditions to approval to do a full traffic capacity analysis, not just for Monte Vista, but for the other primary access roads, and work in conjunction with the fire department to make sure that there's adequate ability to be able to evacuate these 19 new homes and 16 ADUs worth of residences in an emergency when it happens. And that is it. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Rebecca Panchetti.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Rebecca Ponchetti. I currently live at 1142 York Drive. And I just wanted to step in and just give our voice and our opinion as well to this measure. Is we would really like for you to revisit the addition of these homes to our neighborhood. We do oppose this proposition because just for the fact of all of the traffic, the fire hazard, the utilities that need to go into place, it just needs to be reevaluated. I have reached out and I tried to create a measure to get speed humps off of York, just because we moved here. We're not longtime owners here, but we moved here because of the community and the space that we had to be able to have a yard and enjoy the quiet and peacefulness of Vista. We do understand that housing is an issue, but we did move here for that reason. And the traffic and the people going through the stop signs and things like that, we did try to get speed humps in our area, which was denied due to the emergency access for the fire department. So we're just looking at any way to possibly keep everyone safe and to possibly just revisit and look at this a little more deeply to make sure that it's a right decision for this neighborhood. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. I don't have anything else to share with you this evening.
Okay, thank you very much to our speakers. That's our last request to speak. We will now close the opportunity for public comment during this public hearing. And I've asked our city attorney, because we're in a quasi-judicial capacity here tonight. Normally, when the city council is discussing something, it is the prerogative and the will of the council to approve or to not approve. But when we hear an appeal, we sit in what's called a quasi-judicial capacity, and we're charged with making certain findings about whether or not an appeal is consistent with law. And so I've asked our city attorney to kind of walk us through that so the community understands, to remind the council, and also to outline required findings and findings that are impermissible.
Thanks, Mayor. So the standard is provided in Senate Bill 330, and it dictates that any legislative body that is hearing a matter, a project of this type, if it wants to approve the appeal, which equates to denying the project, it must make written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence of a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety or violate a state or federal law. And so it has to be a specific, it can't be generalized. The council would have to have written findings on what exactly is the adverse impact. And the second part is that there is no feasible method to mitigate or avoid this adverse impact. So even if the council identifies the adverse impact, specifically identifies it, it has to also identify that it cannot be overcome. So in certain situations, I think where I can give you just kind of generalized examples where there could be specific adverse impacts. It could be where you have environmental concerns, where the project would contribute or worsen local air or water quality. It could be overcrowding and sanitation, where the infrastructure is not going to be adequate to handle all the the sanitation needs of the people that might live there. It could be substandard housing if the project's going to use substandard materials, worse, and put people at risk to wildfire dangers and things of that nature. So if the council is inclined to go that way, it would need to make specific findings that something is contributing, that something in this project is going to contribute to the detriment of the public health or safety, and it cannot be overcome.
And do those findings have to be consistent with the appellant's identified issues, or are items outside of the appeal open to consider?
So the standard's objective, so it has to have some relationship to the project, what the proponent is applying for. So it has to look at the project application and say objectively, is this a specific and adverse impact?
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll hear from our council members. We'll start with Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mayor Franklin, for reviewing, what our standards are for approval or denial. I did pass out a few handouts to the council. I know that our city clerk is ready to put them up. Kathy, can you please put up this image here that has the yellow around it? Just want the public to be able to see what I'm going to be talking about. So once it's up, I'll go ahead and start. That's the correct one. So I just want to point out, I'm going to go through a few CAL FIRE maps here. I think this is important for the public record. This map that we're looking at is dated June 11th, 2009. CAL FIRE had these maps up until 2011. They recently conducted an update to fire severity maps. Those maps can be found at CAL FIRE. But I'm going to show them to you. And if you could just hold this image in your mind, we're going to go forward to the March 24, 2025 map that CAL FIRE has. And I want you to just think about what the difference is between these two. Okay. Now I'm going to hold these side by side, but you saw the first one, 2009, 2025. There's a substantial difference between these two. Why is that? It's because our weather is becoming extreme because of climate change. I can guarantee you that the next iteration is probably going to look worse. Now, keep that in mind. We're going to zoom into 1800 Monte Vista Drive. If Kathy, you could put up this one here. Council, you can take a look at. This is the one that we're going to show the public right now. And just notice where the little circle, the gray circle is. Does everybody see that? Gray circle? Okay, that's the project site. Now, we're going to zoom in closer to the project site. And council, this is the one that we're going to be looking at right now. As you can see, the project site, as was stated in the packet, is just out of a moderate fire hazard severity zone. 0 feet almost away, right? Because we're looking at the property that's going to be developed right next door. I have some serious concerns about this project. It's not about community character. I understand nobody wants their community to change. Change is inevitable. I have a real concern about fire safety in this area. One of the things that I'm curious of, I know that we're undergoing a standards of cover. I think the last one, what was it, 2017 or something like that. City Manager Do we have that completed, or is that in the process of being completed?
The standards of cover study is still underway. I believe it's due at the end of the year.
Okay. That is incredibly important information that is relevant to this project. The standards of cover, for folks that are not familiar, the City of Vista Fire Department uses standards of cover documents to basically be able to assess their capabilities and performance in providing fire and emergency services. The reason that these documents are updated is because our city gets updated in conjunction with what CAL FIRE is telling us, right? You saw that huge difference between 2009 and 2025 map. Now, it is a comprehensive plan that looks at different aspects of how we can ensure that our fire apparatuses and personnel are at a level for us to feel safe and to know that we're safe, because it's done based on metrics. I have a real problem not having this document completed before I start looking at building and allowing for building near high fire, very high and moderate fire severity zones. I think this is 100% consistent with not having enough evacuation for fires in this area, the concerns that I have. It is wholly and truly a concern for public safety and for public health. One of the severe conditions that our firefighters go into is when homes are burning, there's a lot of chemicals that are released. That puts them at very high risk for cancer. Regardless of the material type, unless you're building with adobe, cob, hempcrete, rammed earth, it is not fireproof. We saw that because there were recent homes, unfortunately in LA, that are considered fireproof that burned down. It used to be, the materials used was about 90% chance that it would burn down. Has it gotten better? Yeah, it's a flip of a coin now. It's about 50-50, regardless of the material, right? So this is a serious concern. I have asked for this council to please start modeling fire evacuations, because in this backcountry, which I know very, very well, I grew up in the backcountry of Vista, I know that it's very dangerous when you need to escape. I just remember, back at the Lilac fire, I was trying to make sure that my grandparents could have everything that they needed to evacuate. And that was difficult. That's one family. We're talking about a huge area that has a lot of different homes, a lot of different evacuation needs, whether it's horses or pets or whatever the case might be, and very few ways to evacuate. So I'm going to make a motion to continue the public hearing, to review public safety and health concerns with our fire department, and return at a later council meeting to thoroughly and comprehensively review fire safety concerns, because I don't think that this has adequately been resolved. With any of the information that I have in front of me, there are more questions about how we are going to be able to evacuate this area. It is a serious public safety concern. That's all I have to say about it. I do believe in affordable housing. I do believe in infill. Infill happens over here. I do not agree with the state that it happens out there. I'll leave it to my counsel to continue this conversation, but that's the motion that I have on the floor.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Council. I agree that in these mappings, it is concerning to see any development, existing development or potential future development in these red zones, in these moderate zones even, and seeing how the maps have progressed over time is highly concerning. What I'm not sure of is our ability to position ourselves as a decision-making body and to make the statements that the city attorney has instructed us that we have to make in order to respond appropriately to this applicant. And I don't know if any delay would cause any risk to the city. So I want to put that over to the city attorney to see if we were to have our fire department review this as in a supplemental way, would that cause any risk to us?
So from what I understand of the application, there's no specific time requirement right now, but under the Housing Affordability Act, there is a 5-meeting limit. Today does count as a meeting, even if it's continued. So if it's continued, the next meeting's meeting number 3. So that would be the only impact that I can think of of a continuance.
Okay, and then I should probably check in with city manager or our fire chief as he may be present to see what's our availability to review this project, and what has been reviewed thus far. Do we expect that there's any way that we would want the applicant to change the project to make higher considerations for our fire safety needs that hasn't already been done?
So the fire department's reviewed the application. They've included their conditions of approval in the application. They're satisfied with the application as submitted through the planning process that we've gone through. If the council wants to look at additional information and analyze further, the fire department's available to do that whenever we need to.
And so I just want to ask my council member, what criteria from the fire department would you like to include, right? Because they did review this. I understand that we are waiting on certain planning documents, right? These are long-term planning documents. We might be coming not to the end of our time, right? But we might be coming to a limit on the meetings that we can have for this. So what do you feel is missing?
So I'll restate what I think is missing, and I think that since there isn't any temporal parameters from the applicant at this point, that it is totally within our purview as a council to wait to bring this back till our standards of cover is completed, because I think that data we just don't have right now, and that could really help to inform and ensure that what I'm seeing as a public safety concern and a hazard is not that. But I'm not convinced that this is not a public safety issue. So I would like to have additional time where individually even, we don't even have to do this at a council meeting, but individually we can meet with the fire department, and I have a long list of things that I want to review with them as pertains not just to this project, but also to this area. So
that it's the standards of coverage. And city manager, where is the city of Vista in the process of developing those standards of coverage?
We have a consultant who's working on that study now.
Okay. I believe it is important to have, not just internal discussions, but to have public discussions where the applicant can respond to those additional fire concerns. Hearing from the city attorney, we don't have any immediate risk, but I'm seeing a hand, yes?
So I just want to clarify, there is no immediate time risk at this time, but the applicant does have a way to put the council on a clock, a 90-day clock. I don't need to go into it specifically here, but they could start a 90-day clock on us.
Certainly, okay, and they're welcome to do that. I would go ahead and second the motion. I do believe our fire department has reviewed this, but the criteria that you're mentioning is not included here. And standards of coverage is pretty much the tactful, how do we get to the fire and how do we get people out of the fire? So that is something that I would like to understand a little bit better. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and ask our Fire Chief, Gerard Washington, to come forward and give us some information on this topic.
Good evening, Council. My name's Kim Foy. I'm counsel for Cal West. I just wanted to clarify that Senate Bill 330, in addition to the limitations that the city attorney mentioned, does establish limitations on the regulations that can apply to the project. It basically locks in or vests the regulations that apply. So I just wanted to clarify that if indeed there is a new study conducted by the city, it would be very likely, if not definite, that that new finding would not apply to the project. I also just wanted to clarify that we do have the traffic consultant here if there are any concerns with evacuation or traffic, but we did evaluate those issues. And also in terms of the environmental analysis, we did tier off of the city's general plan EIR, which evaluated evacuation, transportation and the like. And I'm here to answer any additional questions you may have. I can speak to the traffic issue as well, but I know right now we're just more on the concerns on fire and evacuation.
Thank you for that point. We'll definitely call you back up if we have a question for you. I definitely want to hear from Chief Washington, but since the point was raised, and staff did present on the SB 330, and it did say in our written materials, what's your opinion of what's being proposed here? Is that going to constructively create a new standard? And do you agree that that would probably prevent a new standard from applying to this issue?
So I don't have an answer to whether a new standard is going to be applied. What I'm hearing is that Councilmember Contreras' motion, she wants more information. However, staff did present, and I do agree with them, that under the law, the standards at the time the application was made are the ones that they have to adhere to. So any new standards created post-application date would not apply to this project.
Well, let's get into it, Chief. What are our standards right now as relates to approving projects and our ability to respond to fire, the fire risk based on our existing fire maps?
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council, Gerard Washington, Fire Chief. I was briefed on this earlier today by our fire marshal and had a few questions. This one wasn't on my radar. And so with it, reading what we had recommended, our concerns be addressed. It was the width of the road and that there was a concern about parking on either side, which was a problem, as it's stated here, that there couldn't be any parking on either side of the street. It wouldn't meet our standards currently as far as apparatus being able to pass or back down on that road. Other concerns that the fire marshal had were these buildings would have to be sprinklered. All of them had to be sprinklered per the ordinance, the new construction, building sprinklered. I'm sorry, forgive me.
Just before I forget it, are we satisfied that our engine is going to be able to get into the roadway and turn around and get out?
That was a concern of ours, and that was that several people have mentioned it. I haven't looked at it in great detail as far as egress, two ways in, one way in, one way out. And so with that, I would need more information, but as it stood, the fire marshal stated his concerns here in the staff report. Ember resistant vents, as well as enclosed eaves. I'm sorry, what else we got here? Fire zip decking to have as well. But by all accounts, he looked at it, he voiced his concerns or stated his concerns, and as such, the decision was made. What was brought to my attention today was the map, where the property falls next to the moderate. And the question I had for him is that, would we consider it to be in the moderate? And he stated yes, due to the fact of if there were a fire in that area, the embers or anything that would come from it, the radiant heat, it would immediately put those structures in danger. So that was our concern. And on the other side of this lot is a school. Well, school is brick and mortar. So the fire resistance would be a little higher for the school versus those structures that would be built for the residents.
So maybe also should consult with Mr. Vaca and Mr. Winters on this, because we have a process by which our fire marshal and fire department examine this. Presumably, what went wrong? Are you in agreement with the fire department? And I kind of put Chief Washington on the spot a little bit to speak on behalf of a very technical item that he's been getting read up on. But I mean, do we not feel that the fire engine can get down the road?
So no, I understand that Chief Washington is coming to this tonight and today, and this has been analyzed, and it does have sufficient access, and the conditions of approval are requiring that it meets the standards that would be consistent with the moderate fire zone as well.
I'm going to turn to Mr. Conley because he's explained this to us. I mean, specifically, I just want to stick to the subject matter of whether or not the fire engine can get into this area and turn around. And could you explain the process by which our planning department works with the fire department and these decisions are made and our standards for the width of the road and the parking? I mean, clearly the fire engine's got to be able to get down the street,
Yes.
turn around and exit. So
Private road is 40 feet wide. It meets our standard for a public street. You can have parking on both sides, and there's still a 24-foot wide travel lane, which accommodates fire access. So the fire access in the project to the homes meets our standard. The fire department's review of the application is pretty simple. It comes in, it gets routed to fire, they comment, it goes back to planning. Planning gives it to the applicant, they make the changes that fire asked for. We go through that iterative process until we have a completed application. Then they write their conditions, which are included, and that all comes to the decision makers. So that a fire department's review is reflected in the application, and all of the conditions that are attached to the project are reflective of what the fire department is asking of the applicant. So the chief's been brought in late, but the moderate fire hazard zone issue requires that they have to build to a higher standard of fire protection with the homes themselves, and they have some vegetation management responsibilities, and those conditions are applied.
okay, and so Mr. Vaca, the written material that we have from the fire department that's signed off, who in the fire department signed off on this? Do we know? Do we
Yes,
have it?
Typically, it's routed through the fire marshal's office.
Yep.
Right.
And then we receive the
Okay.
conditions of approval once it's deemed acceptable for them providing us conditions of approval that then would be required during plan check to ensure the factors of safety are met.
So we have an objective standard for the width of the roadway
Correct.
and the cars that are parked thereon that we've utilized for many years in the city. And that's our standard for whether or not the fire truck can get down the road.
Yes, and then a turnaround, the cul-de-sac has to be over 36 feet. For turnaround, it's at 45 feet. And then based on the distance of the street, in some instances, if a street's excessively long, then a secondary emergency access egress is required. And in this instance, it's short enough that that wouldn't be applicable.
So just to try and reconcile the concerns that you heard, is it possible that the marshal had concern, but that the width actually meets the standard, but maybe he's saying he thinks our standard is not wide enough?
No, I have to apologize because what I have here isn't what he's reading from or that was on the slide. This literally has 24 feet, as if that were the starting point versus am saying 40, yeah, that's
I was
compliant.
confused by that
Although,
too,
yeah,
honestly, Chief.
Me too. So I was just
Yeah.
reading off the notes I had. I don't know where I got it from.
I'll
but-
shed light on that. So there's an appellant letter, and it indicates that the width is only 24 feet, but that's not the full street width.
Okay, so the issue is that the road is 40 feet wide,
Yes.
and after cars parked on it, you got 24 foot of clearance. It sounds like maybe a simple mistake from the appellant, thought that 24 feet would then be further reduced by parking, but it was already reduced by parking.
Yes.
Okay,
that's what I was
I mean,
speaking
this
on,
is
so
not a
that's on me.
small issue, whether the fire truck can get down the road and turn
No,
around.
no,
This
it's
is
not.
essential, so thank you very much for clearing that up. Okay, now let's discuss our current lawful standard for approving building for, I'm going to ask Mr. Conley, who thinks the best suited to answer. We have requirements that we put into city ordinance for mitigation that are consistent with the different severity zones. And we've set standards. When was the last time that we addressed those standards? Do you remember? I mean, roughly, it's been 10 or 20 years ago.
Building standards are updated, I think, every 4 years.
Have we adopted unique standards in the city of Vista, or are our standards likely adopted from the county and the state?
We've adopted state standards, but we have a requirement for fire sprinklers in Vista that's above the statewide standard.
Would the state require in this moderate fire area, would it require sprinklers?
Yes.
Okay, so in this particular area, it would have been required either way.
Yes.
But we require them on all new construction in the city of Vista,
Yeah.
even if they're not in a fire threat area.
Correct.
Okay. So we have objective standards for fire risk. We've laid out the map. I mean, the reason that we have these maps, and this is the CAL FIRE map, but we just got in a meeting about a month ago, maybe it's 2 months ago now. We had our maps updated.
It's a new map.
This is the new map. So we have the maps. We've required mitigation. We've identified the specific mitigation points. And this project meets those mitigation points,
Yes.
which is an objective standard that we've applied to basically all the projects that we've approved for the last number of years.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, my concern is, I think the applicant makes a point that we can't change the standard under SB 330. We can change the standard going forward, and maybe we should. Maybe we should have a conversation about what we want to do. But as it wouldn't affect this project, I'm not inclined. I mean, we're here tonight to address the issue. I think both the applicant and the appellants would like to have finality and have a decision. So I think the real question is, and I'd like to hear from the council, if we're being advised by our city attorney that if we were to adopt a new standard, that standard wouldn't lawfully be able to apply to this project, wouldn't be a lawful basis for appeal, then does it make sense for us to delay? Or should we review the appeal and make a decision tonight based on the standards that we've been operating under, because new ones wouldn't be applicable? Councilmember O'Donnell.
That is the exact question I have. Less eloquent, of course, but I would like to know what legal findings we may have to even delay this. Like, what would come out of this that could potentially give us some direction on where we can move with this project? Can anybody answer that?
I'll take a crack at it. So you can delay the project. You have the right to do that and seek more information before a decision is made. We would like to probably do that within 90 days of tonight, because I'm sure that clock will start ticking. But that's your prerogative. We believe the staff recommendation is sound. We've presented and responded to the concerns that were raised by the appellant. So the staff's still satisfied with their recommendation, but of course the council's welcome to take more time to review it.
So it sounds like there probably wouldn't be a legal finding available to us if we were to deny or continue this project, or continue to the next meeting, or whenever it would be?
All I can tell you, staff hasn't identified any that it's made any recommendations to the council to approve the appeal. So at all the information staff has at this disposal right now, I would say no, we don't have any. We couldn't suggest any specific adverse impact to public health or safety or any violation of state or federal laws that couldn't be overcome.
Did we take into consideration the data regarding traffic impacts of what could be over there? I'm assuming we did based on the findings of staff.
Yes, we did, and the traffic consultants are available to answer any detailed questions.
I would like to ask, just because this is an issue that I ran into with the development that was proposed in my district at one point, and that is they did not consider the peak hours, which is when you're going to have the highest volume of traffic, but they laid it out over a 12-hour period or whatever time frame they used, and so it actually lowered the count during the peak hours. So is that taken into consideration?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Trevor Briggs with CR Associates, the traffic engineer, and prepared the traffic analysis for the project. With regards to level of service, I do just want to note that level of service no longer is a CEQA impact. It's based on vehicle miles traveled. And we followed in compliance with the city's transportation analysis, impact analysis guidelines, which deals with vehicle miles traveled from a CEQA perspective and level of service from a conditional approval perspective. And both were satisfied. Based on the city's guidelines, the project would be screened out of vehicle miles traveled, and therefore would be a less than significant impact with regards to CEQA. On the level of service, we did do a level of service analysis consistent with the city's guidelines during the AM and the PM peak hour. Just to clarify, in the AM and PM peak hour, we take 2 hours worth of data because we don't know where within a peak period, because we don't know when the peak hour is going to necessarily go. But whatever is the volume, the highest hour within the peak period, that's the one that's used. We also do apply a peak hour factor, which raises the volumes to what's there. So it is a very conservative analysis. And based on our analysis, the study locations that we analyzed would operate at acceptable level of service.
I appreciate that answer. So just for all those that spoke tonight, I just want you to know that in September of '23, this actually was a closed session item, and while I cannot discuss what was discussed in that meeting, there was no actionable circumstances that came out of it. And I feel like had decisions been made differently, our conversation might be very different today. We live in an unfortunate reality that the state has kind of handcuffed cities and municipalities and residents from having any true objection to these type of proposals. I would like to speak with the chief, though, and understand if you believe there would be any findings that would mitigate this, and if you have any, based on the motion, if you have any concerns that would arise.
No, not at this time. I'm going with the fire marshal, who I talked to before the meeting and asked if he had any concerns. He did not. He just pointed out a couple of things, and I had the wrong information, 24 versus 40. But other than that, there were no concerns from him.
So it sounds like there's been a very thorough review from our fire department.
Yes, that we would do with any other incident like this.
So would we anticipate that any new or additional information would come out of a further review based on the motion that was made?
The only thing I could say is that it would be a more in-depth, talking about moderate next to the adjacent building, but I don't believe that we've done that for any other new construction. But if the council were to direct us to do that, that's what we would do.
So I just want to let you know that I'm having a very challenging time with this because I understand your concern, but I would like to ask you, based on the chief's response to that and the fact that they have done thorough studies and findings on this, does that make it applicable to your concerns, or is there something where you would need more data from it?
Yeah, I am not satisfied with the way that this has been reviewed. I think that having additional time to review, at no point did anybody talk about this map. And this is a serious concern. And I think, we have the ability to gather more information without being subject to legal ramifications. So whether you believe that there's going to be a finding or not, we owe the public the time to look at the fact that this is adjacent at a 0 lot line to moderate severity zones. I want to be able to have a conversation with CAL FIRE. I want to be able to have a conversation with our fire chief. I want to be able to address the concerns that the public has and address the concerns that I have. I still believe that there is the potential for significant public safety risk in this area. And I don't want to put more residents and new residents in danger. I think we have definitely the legal ability to gather more information. And I would hope that the council would stand unanimous in giving the public additional information. We definitely, that's a responsibility that we have. I'm not responsible to ensure that someone makes a hefty profit off of their lot. That's not what I'm here for. So, to answer your question, I think that when these questions are asked for the first time, we should give it the time to review these new questions. And if there are no findings, there are no findings. I'll be totally happy and ready to go. But we're not in that situation right now. But we could be in the future. Who knows? I need to be able to review this with our fire chief.
How long of a delay would we be looking at to achieve the information requested?
This would most likely come back in September.
As someone who just learned a valuable lesson about due diligence with a previous project, I am going to support the motion, but I do not want this to go any further than the second meeting of September. So I would ideally like it. I mean, we're kind of at a crossroad. We can't really do the first in September. But I do not want to delay it 90 days. I want to have the answers brought back before this body by the second meeting. And if it is not brought back by then, I'd like this agendized and move it forward.
So, Councilmember O'Donnell, is that a friendly amendment and is accepted by the motion?
If it's accepted, I will support the motion. And yes, that would be a friendly amendment.
I will accept that amendment. Does the seconder of the motion accept the friendly amendment? Yes. That is a yes.
So that would roughly give us 30 to 45 days to execute any findings that we need to find.
I'm going to be in the fire chief's office ASAP.
Okay. Those are all my questions for now, but I just want to thank Penny for this information. I really do agree with everything that you have supplied to us. Listen, I'm all for more housing. I think that we need to ensure that the standards that are being set within this motion are applicable to all future standards. This map is only going to continue to grow, and so if this is going to be the threshold in which we hold a standard to, I don't think we'll ever be able to build again in Vista. So we need to make sure that we are very, very diligent on how we move forward with this. But I appreciate the appellant and the community for coming out. I also appreciate the developers for the questions and your answers to them. I do not think that it hurts to extend this 30 to 45 days to get more information. I'll tell you, I don't think that it will change the outcome of what will come, but I do think that we do need that information. We do owe it to the public to secure it. So those are all my comments for now, and I'll look forward to see what the rest of the council has to say.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the thoroughness that you're reviewing this with Councilmember O'Donnell. And, I really hope that this is a safe development, but there's too many questions to be able to say that it is safe at this point. And to the public, please, I'm always open for conversations, even though I represent District 1. I'm extra accountable to my neighbors in District 1, but I do get to also represent the whole city. So please understand that I have an open door and we can continue these conversations because I know there's a lot of concerns. Some of them I don't share with you, but the fire safety is a huge concern for me. Thank you.
Council member, because you're asking for delay and an additional information, and additional investigation by the fire department, could you elaborate on what specific questions you'd like the fire department to try to answer?
At this time, I'm not prepared to elaborate, but surely those questions and answers will be returned to the council no later than the second meeting of September. Thank you for your inquiry.
Absolutely. I'd like to ask the same question of all the members of the council. If there are questions that we'd like the fire department to investigate, I think it would behoove us, this is our only opportunity to do so publicly, to present those questions. Councilmember Fox.
Thank you. And I just want to say that the public following on this project has been absolutely tremendous. And I've only been on council for about 7 months now, but the organization, the research, the thing that everyone did was quite impressive. You know, this is also my first time doing an appeal on a project with density bonuses and with, you know, these ministerial rules. So I was fortunate enough to have a wonderful briefing from our city staff on how some of that kind of stuff works, and you know, the types of limitations that are put up on us as council members in these kinds of situations. And I'll say I was a little shocked. And I'd say that, you know, when it comes to a lot of these laws, I don't really feel like the way that they're written that this is much of a loophole. This feels much like exactly what they're designed to do. You know, this is the intended consequences of the things that are voted on by, you know, our residents here. And, you know, a lot of these laws have taken a lot of control away from our, you know, local jurisdictions and shifted them to ministerial processes overseen by state laws. And, you know, so I share a lot of the concerns on, you know, traffic and a lot of those different things. But from my understanding, a lot of those things we're not even allowed to talk about, basically. They're not things that would consider a specific, significant health or safety concern that is pointable and unreconcilable, basically. So, you know, that kind of stuff is like, you know, if it doesn't matter if I like it or not, it's just kind of, you know, basically the law says this is what it is and this is what we have to do. So, I mean, I would have a question when it comes to specifically things like this extra information from the fire department. If this was put in the moderate zone, or it was to shift, or even if it was in a higher fire zone, would that have any impact on would this not meet the requirements? Would this be something that would change? I don't know if that's maybe city manager, I don't know.
The wildland construction requirements would apply like they are applied to this project. There would also be vegetation management zone requirements, but the access, I believe, requirements would be the same.
Okay. You know, because it kind of sounds like we're on a little bit of like a fishing expedition. Like we don't know what the evidence is. We don't know what's going to stop it, but we know that it's out there and we're going to look for it until we find it. So yeah, I mean, so if that map or something like that were to change and that would affect the outcome of this project, I could see looking further into that and going about that. But you know, if this is literally, you know, there's not really much that can come out of this that would change what we've already done. You know, it seems again like a tactic to postpone the inevitable rather than you know, something that's meaningful. But you know, that's just my thought so far. I have 2 pages of notes, and so it's a lot to go through. But I mean, it seems like a lot of the concerns that we heard tonight were along traffic, community character. There were some safety concerns from the school. Were there any things in there that would justify a significant health or safety concern when it comes to legal standards?
Not any identified by staff through the application review process.
And if we were to tonight deny, or I mean, I guess accept the appeal and deny the project, what would that do? Like, what would the outcome of that be?
Well, it's staff recommendation not to do that because we feel that poses liability to the city, that it would violate state law relative to density bonus law and Senate Bill 330.
Right.
In that it meets the objective standards in place when the application was filed. And with density bonus, it meets the general plan and zoning criteria.
Okay, so long story short, we'd get sued and then we'd get forced to put the project in and just spend a bunch of time in court?
That's a likely potential.
Sweet. Well, is there any, and it sounds like there's not really any legal concern with postponing it 30 to 45 days to hear these kinds of, the outcomes of this, but are there any other legal concerns that we should be aware of when it comes to our current plan of action?
I am not aware of anything additional from the legal standpoint for a continuance.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of the council has gone through a lot of my other concerns, so I'll leave it at that for now, but maybe I'll chime back in if I need to.
I've got some questions for the chief again. The one thing that was raised was the standards of cover report, which I think that's the first time that we've renewed this document in my 12 or so years, whatever it's been, 11 years now on the city council. But the standard of cover document outlines the fire department's performance benchmarks for emergency response based on community risk assessment. Is that summarized pretty well what that is? So it's basically what our equipment, manpower, and staging and ability to respond. Is there information that it's plausible that we could uncover in the standards of care or standards of cover document that would have a bearing on the way we assess the risk of this particular project? Do you think that that's a possibility?
Off the top of my head, no, not at all. And actually, it's done every 5 years. It's updated, and all information you stated, that's what we look at. And you also start plotting out where stations could be, the response times, and population density, and all the above. It's not only about the operational side, but the administrative side and the support of operations for any fire department, community risk, and those type of things.
So for both you, Chief, and for Mr. Vaca, and maybe Mr. Conley too, this process by which we evaluate fire threat and the necessary mitigations, this is a process that we primarily have adopted from the state, one that we've borrowed from other agencies. In other words, we haven't pioneered this. Is that right?
That is correct.
So I guess my question to you, Chief, would be what we're identifying, or what I'm hearing here, is we think that the method of analysis of the fire threat is insufficient. And so basically, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, they can clarify if I'm getting this wrong, but they want you to maybe take a new look at the way that we analyze fire threats. And are you aware, or Mr. Vaca, are you aware of what, in your opinion, would be any deficiencies in the state process for analyzing fire threat and for recommending mitigations there too?
Not as it relates to the specific project. We are working with CAL FIRE on the housing element and general plan and the land use element and our safety element updates as part of the general plan, but that's not specific to this site. It's citywide.
We adopted their maps, which they presented and updated last year and the beginning of this year. So you have the local responsibility and the state responsibility, and as shows on the map she's showing, the high, moderate zones and what that will require. This is all part of our our vegetation management policy that we talked about several times this year. It's the new construction going on the properties. It's about zone 0, 1, and 2. And that's where this applies to new construction. So pre-existing homes, they have that 3-year window to come into compliance with the things that we're requesting of new construction.
But what I'm saying is we've been through the process that we've established for assessing fire threat and requiring mitigation there too. What kind of, I mean, you're obviously expert in this subject. What kind of information do you think we could bring to bear on this question that we haven't already? Is there anything that stands out that we could analyze here that we haven't analyzed yet?
Off the top of my head, I would say no, but I would defer to our fire marshal, who would talk to the state fire marshal and make sure we didn't miss anything. But this has been the same template. I've been here 2 years that has been used for every occurrence such as this.
Is it your thought that probably what will wind up happening here is we'll review our process for the fire threat analysis and required mitigations to ask the question about whether we did a thorough job of adhering to our standards? Well, we've established that we're not permitted to create new standards under SB 330. So really what probably kind of we're limited to do is to ask and answer the question whether or not we thoroughly completed our fire department, fire marshal review of the fire threats here and the mitigations. But probably going to be difficult to come up with new information items that we didn't currently have access to.
This would give us the opportunity to actually it'd be like an audit. It would ensure that we're doing everything correctly. Like I said, I have faith in my fire marshal until otherwise proven wrong. But it is just ensuring that we do it. There's some concerns. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But
Sure,
again,
I'm
this
not
is the
either.
same template we've used for every occurrence such as this.
Yeah. But you can't think of any information that we didn't analyze that we might be able to bring in and create further analysis. And I have a question for the city attorney. If we adjust our standard of analysis for this project, does that constitute a change of standard? Let's say that we did.
Point of information, you said, Mayor, you said that you would accept any kind of clarification. So I'm just,
Sure.
Would you accept the point of information?
Well, sure.
The point of information that I'm going to make is that we are not going to be applying new standards, as that is not appropriate for this. We are simply giving more time to review the concerns that are serious concerns about fire safety, access, evacuation. So I don't believe that your line of questioning is relevant, but it's your prerogative, of
Well,
course.
I appreciate you letting me know that you don't think it's relevant. But Mr. Chung, if we were to, let's say that we went through the process correctly and that we considered all of the information just for the sake of argument, and I respect what Chief's saying, this would give us an opportunity to audit that fact. But let's say that we did become aware of some new information that we hadn't yet considered because it wasn't required to be considered by our current process. So in other words, what we'd be really doing is kind of modifying that process. Does modifying that process constitute a new condition that didn't exist before under SB 330? Would we be able to use that as a reason to approve the appeal?
I mean, the best I can say is that it depends, but if it's just analysis, it's not, what I'm hearing is it's not changing the standard. It's just looking at the data in a different way. So it's analyzed, even if it's the same data, if it's analyzed in a different way, it still has to adhere to the same standard. So it's going to be judged against an objective standard. So So it's, you know, I would say that and the analysis is not changing the standard, it's just trying to determine if it's meeting the standard.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask the applicant to come forward and speak to how this delay would affect you. Would you like to address that subject? Would it have no effect? Would it probably have a cost?
This is a tiny violin for clarification.
That's impressive. Council member. My name is Robbie Thorne. I'm the CEO of CalWest. 30-year resident of Vista, raised my kids in this town, born at Tri-City Hospital. Grandkids live in the area. Kids went to Monte Vista. I've driven by this property for 40 years. Every project that we've built in this city has had exactly the same issues brought up by all the residents that were around it. I challenge anybody to drive the city and go find these projects and show me how they become a detriment to this city. It's amazing. We go through the same thing every time. I was sitting there doing some math of the 450 homes that we've built, assuming that those people held on to their homes and a minimum equity. So this goes back to 1997. A minimum equity of 300, what? Excuse me, did you want to address me, Councilwoman? Is there something you wanted to share?
Point of order, I believe that the mayor asked you a question, and I was hoping to hear the answer.
Well, I think the applicant was making the point that he wasn't receiving the attention of the council, and I think that's fair because oftentimes there's conversation happening that does deprive the person speaking of the attention of the council. So I would.
It's not much fun to be ridiculed.
I can,
setting.
if you would like, I can rephrase everything you said.
Well,
I don't care.
I've been paying
frankly,
attention.
I don't care whether you're
Council member, I apologize.
Here's the issue.
You're not recognized right now.
Of the homes that we've built, the residents of this city that live in them have accumulated about $135 million of equity. Now, I know money isn't important based on some of the things that I heard tonight, but I can tell you to those families and the wealth that they've built through home ownership is incredibly important. So anyway, that's my statement. As it relates to, is this delay going to cause us any significant grief? Probably not. We spend our time doing the right thing, and we've done that in the city for 40 years. We follow the rules, we follow the laws, we are moral, we are respectful, we do what we say we're going to do, and if there's an issue, we fix them. I don't know what else we can do as a company. So I find it disturbing that there are no specific facts that we're continuing this on, and yet we're going to continue it. So aside from just my frustration that we've followed all the rules and it's really not getting us anywhere, except we're going to continue it and go search for some magic bullet that potentially could change this project in spite of the fact that all the professionals that we've hired that are experts in this and your staff have reviewed everything on this project. And yet nobody can specifically state anything that could potentially make this a project that shouldn't go forward, except some really wide general parameters that have no legal basis. But that's a long answer to your question. The continuance probably is not that relevant, other than I find it totally against your own process. So with that, that's it.
Okay, I appreciate that information. Now, I've asked some clarifying questions. I haven't really spoken about how I feel about the whole thing, but I want to do that now. As far as comments that were made by those who spoke in favor of the appeal, I have personally endorsed the Our Neighborhood Voices campaign, and I'm going to bring that in front of this council, and I'm going to ask this council to approve it. Won't get into all that now, but I completely agree. We need local control. We should not have policies like the vehicle miles traveled policy, which make it completely impossible for builders to build in the unincorporated parts of the county, such that the only way that they can build the unincorporated is to try to annex into the cities, because you just cannot build right now. We have a total housing moratorium in the county. So that has created extreme pressure for builders to look for parcels within the incorporated city limits. It's a pressure that didn't exist until about 5 or 6 years ago in San Diego County. The state density bonus law is one that was adopted after the city of Vista adopted its own low-income housing policy called inclusionary housing that required the inclusion of certain percentage of low-income housing. The state put a density bonus that said if you provide low-income housing, then you will be entitled, the developer, then you will be entitled to dramatically increase your density. So that created alterations to the city, to all cities' density policies. The ADU policy that was passed, what was that, AB 10, was that what it was? I've forgotten the number exactly. It was like AB 9 and AB 10. That was passed a few years ago. That blew our density laws completely out of the water. This council, with me being the only no vote, voted to take our new general plan that we're going to adopt soon from 125,000, or no, from 100,000 people today to 150,000 people by 2050. That would double the rate of growth in the city of Vista from what it's been for the last 25 years, for what they expect and project it would be for the next 25. And the only way to achieve that kind of dense growth is a lot of dense housing. Frankly, this kind of housing that's being proposed tonight won't get us to 50,000 more people. It's going to have to be a lot of extremely high density apartments that are built in a very high rise fashion. Call it high rise, high density. So I just want to say to everybody that spoke tonight, I very much share your concern about our rights as a local community being taken away from us. It's wrong. We should have the right to self-destination. You know, I'm going to tell this story because I can, and I think it's relevant. I landed in California in 2003 at LAX, and I drove down the 405, and I said, you must be out of your mind to choose to live in a city this dense. And I said, I would never, ever live in Los Angeles. And I don't want to live in LA. I don't want to live in a place as dense as LA. I don't want to wait in the traffic to go. I don't want to wait an hour on Highway 78 to go 1 mile or one exit. That's insanity. I don't want to live that way. We chose Vista for a reason. Wasn't fortunate enough to be born here. I had to figure out where this beautiful place was and move here. And I came here because of the nature and the character of this community. That's why I'm the only member of the council. Councilmember Fox wasn't here at the time. He's off the hook. But yeah, that's why I'm the only member of the council to say no to doubling the rate of growth. And I do have to say something about Cal West communities. I know 3 of the families that are partners in this firm, and they all live here in the city of Vista. And frankly, they've built some of the finest quality housing in our city. And when I examine the constant thrust and force to build more apartments, higher and more dense apartments, and then I see a development company, a home builder, where the principals live in our city, where they have built first quality housing. I've never seen them. I don't know if they probably have built apartments in the past, but I've never seen them bring that to Vista. They built one, he says. You know, my wife and I, we bought our first home in 2012. Totally changed our financial lives. Was the most significant thing that ever happened to us. And so I recommend to every young person to buy a home. I wish I would have bought it before I was 33. I'd be a lot better off in life than I am now. But it absolutely, you know, I've not made more money on anything in my entire life than I did on my home. So it was a very important investment. So I have a very soft place in my heart for families that are trying to acquire housing. And what the young man said about, you know, when is it his turn to buy a house? That does work on me. And I think we've got to, if I'm being asked to choose between, you know, 16-story towers like are being built literally right next door in our neighboring city, you know, with hundreds and hundreds of apartments in one building, or I can build something like this to relieve some of the housing pressure, and it brings people, it brings really high quality housing, then, you know, that's where I'm generally at. I can't speak specifically because on this appeal, I'm limited and I can only speak to the merits of the appeal. So now let me do that. I read carefully through all of the appeal and all of the concerns that were raised in the appeal, and I read through staff's responses. And I think staff adequately responded to the concerns that were raised. So now we've looked for this one thing that I'm not really sure what the underlying purpose of this cause for delay is, but I can tell you that we've got a Vista business owner and home builder who has been building here his entire career since he was a young man, and he's gonna go and tell people, man, Vista has become totally unfriendly to business. And he's gonna tell people there is no reason to continue to invest in the city of Vista. I don't like the way the council, I wanna treat everybody from appellant to commenter to applicant with respect and dignity, not mock anybody, talk while they're speaking, or, you know, make jokes of them. I think we owe everybody the respect of that. So I don't see that anything is going to change. We're going to go back and redo the same work that we've already done. We cannot create a new standard. SB 330 won't allow us to create a new standard. If, you know, I would agree if you would oppose this delay, then I would agree right here and right now, let's bring back to the city council a discussion about whether or not we should change our standards for fire threat construction. You know, let's have that conversation, because that's a very important conversation. Matter of fact, Mr. City Manager, I'd like you to agendize that between now and the next 90 days. I think we should have a discussion about that. Let's come back and have a full-threaded conversation that will shape and govern the future of housing projects in the city of Vista. But we're not lawfully permitted to stop this project by imposing a new standard that didn't exist when they made the application. So I appreciate Mr. Thorne said that it's not going to cost him anything. So if you want to have a delay for a show, but given that the council cannot name a single question that they would like to see answered, given that even our fire chief and our planning director cannot name a single item of information that might be brought to bear that hadn't yet been brought to bear, and that our sole reason for delay here is simply to make our staff do the exact same work they've already done and do it again, I don't think I can in good conscience support that. And I'm going to ask you to change your mind and to not support the delay, because it might make some of the people who came tonight happy to have that delay. They might be unhappy with me for opposing the delay, but I'm also a plain dealer and I'm an honest dealer. And if there is no change that's going to be made that's going to change the outcome of this project, then, you know, I guess to put it in plain talk, who are we kidding here? And what's the purpose? Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to discuss the narrowing of the questions under standards of cover. That standards of cover is incomplete at this stage because it's currently in draft to be updated to our council. And that, I understand, is a primary concern for this project and for surrounding developments, what are our challenges when it comes to standard of cover? So a couple questions could include, if a wildfire occurs, where does our lack of coverage occur within our fire department? What stations within our fire department are scheduled to respond to fire, especially large fires in the area? And then also, according to these mappings that Councilmember Contreras was able to provide for this discussion, state responsibility is already included in this area. You can see in the mappings that there's state responsibility and it overlaps with local municipality responsibility. But what is the level of burden carried by the local municipality? So these are, very narrowing questions to get into the technical details. And I will express my displeasure that the counsel for the applicant spoke out of turn and highlighted this idea that we are going to be changing the standards. That is incorrect. We are not going to be changing the standards. We are faced with a responsibility where we have to meet the required criteria provided by our city attorney to either approve or deny this appeal. And right now, I do not have enough information to approve or deny this appeal. And it could come to pass that I have to deny this appeal because I cannot find and articulate a public health and safety reason to deny this project that can't be remedied. But it also may come to pass that we receive new information based on our standards of coverage or any other information that our fire department can provide that will show us that, oh, we do indeed have a public safety and health imperative to deny this project and that it cannot be remedied by the applicant. And Councilmember Fox, I would not agree that it's would be sweet if we were to have to go into litigation over this. I would actually think that that would be something that we would avoid, right? And that is what we are doing. We are avoiding any type of legal risk to the city by doing our due diligence and asking those very narrow questions to identify what are the public safety risks. These are public hearings. These are the more rare times on city council where we do have to put on this quasi-judicial hat, right? And the applicant has complained that we are not following our process. Indeed, we are. We are following our process. And I'm pleased to know that they do not have a grievance about this process because we are within our authority to seek further information. And until I have that information about our standards of coverage, I'm not going to be confident in approving or denying this application. And I will say for our fire department, I have great faith in our fire department, but we can always have more faith. And there was a statement made about money not mattering. Money does matter. The billions and billions of dollars of cost that wildfires wreak on our community is of high importance to me. And also on a personal note, I grew up in this area. My parents live right down the street, and I went to Monte Vista as a kiddo. So this is obviously an area I care about. And I live in a different part of the city now. I live in that dense downtown, right? We all are coming to this from a different perspective, but my responsibility is to collect the information that I need in order to make a proper assessment of the health and safety impacts of this project. And I want the community to be very clear that this is your house. Do not become comfortable being referred to as a commoner. We are not kings. You are the members of the public that we serve. We are humbly beholden to you. And I just have a complete rejection of any type of language to refer to members of the public as commoners. I appreciate the mayor and his expression, but he did say that whether you are the applicant or the commoner, he's going to commenter.
Yes.
Was that, could you
Not-
clarify that?
Yes, I refer to those who make comments as commenters.
Commenters.
Did not refer to our residents as
Okay.
commoners.
Oh, okay.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time. So I wanted to clarify. I wanted to clarify to the members of the public that that wouldn't be the first time. I want to clarify to the members of the public that you are our boss at the end of the day, and we are going to do our due diligence in this public process. So are we going to do a little bit of a deep dive into some specific questions related to the standards of cover? Yes. And I do, express my gratitude to our staff. I understand that there's a lot of work involved. We do have a responsibility to do our due diligence, and I appreciate your public service as well. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Is the appellant willing to answer a question? Come on down. Thank you. I want to apologize in advance for putting you on the spot right now because I know that you cannot speak on behalf of your entire community.
No problem.
We've had a very long and thorough discussion about this. We've had a lot of legal recourse, not recourse, but opinions. We've heard from staff, we've heard from our fire chief. Given the fact that this may only delay this entire process by 42 days, is this something you'd like to move forward with?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think council member Ms. Contreras said, just in you as well, Ms. Melendez, just getting more information isn't going to hurt. It's only going to help to clarify so that everyone feels better about the fire safety issue, which is, just one of the issues, but it's obviously a pretty important one because it is an area that is pretty jam-packed. And as we're, listening to people talk about the access and everything, I'm just thinking, what if there was some, crazy fire situation and you're right at peak school hour when it's just, that place is just crazy and you have, people trying to get out, people trying to get in. It's like, why not examine that situation a little more, so.
So I just want to be very clear to yourself and the public as well as the developers. In 42 days, I will be prepared to make a decision on this. I will not extend it again. It will be a yes or no. I appreciate the time of staff and our fire chief for looking into this more thoroughly to provide more information. I'm curious to see if there will be any new information brought to light. But at the, September 17th or 19th, whatever that meeting is, I will not delay this decision any further. So I just want to make everybody aware of that. I appreciate the public input on this. I understand why. I have people in my district that fought for 2 decades over developments that ended up becoming a park. But in this situation, I think that we are hampered by state law. And while I look forward to the findings that come forward, I just do not foresee anything that would come forward in 42 days from now that would delay this any further. So, but I appreciate all the work that you've done.
And I'm just working with, like I said, 60 households, so.
I mean this sincerely. It is very hard to get a community together and share your voice, and I appreciate that you all did. And I know that it may not come with the outcome that you want or expect, but it is challenging to do, and it's a great point that our deputy mayor brought up. These seats are temporary for us. We don't own these seats. They belong to the people of this community. And the reason I'm willing to extend it is because you do deserve the due diligence of this council and our staff to get that information, and if it can change policy moving forward to ensure that we have a stricter set of standards for future developments, I'm all for it. I don't think that will change the outcome on this decision. And to be clear to Mr. Thorne, I don't question your guys' integrity in any way. I think that you have, to your point, lived up to the standards that we have asked you to live up to. And so this is just one situation where I believe due diligence on it is necessary and can prevent this from any future occurrences taking place. And so I apologize that it will delay if that is the case of what it does. However, if we have findings that come forward and it changes the scope of it, it opens us to a new discussion. So I'm willing to take those 42 days to get to that point. But again, I mean, the work that you all have done is incredible, and you should be applauded for it. And I will look forward to that discussion in September.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those are all my questions and comments.
And I might be the only one to vote against this delay, but I'm going to vote against it specifically because no specific question was raised that is staff is being asked to answer during this delay. And I question our development director, our city manager, our fire chief as to what additional information they might be able to pull in. And they're not aware of any at this time. I asked the chief if the standards of cover document would potentially or had a strong possibility to have an impact on this. And I think he said pretty clearly he didn't. So because of the absence of a specific question which council is asking staff to answer, and it seems that we're simply asking that we do our math over again and questioning whether we did it correctly. My guess, or there's a 99.97% probability that when we run the numbers twice, we come up with the same answer. For that reason, to make some kind of a public spectacle, I can't support. I mean, without a reason for delay, I can't support it, and nobody has identified a reason. Just that we're going to get quote unquote more information, but nobody says what information more they're looking for. Councilmember O'Donnell.
I appreciate it. It is in with the purview of the council, though, to extend.
Sure it is.
And so, I don't think anybody, to the comment that was made about fishing, I'm not on an expedition to find something wrong with this project. I think that due diligence and more information doesn't ever hurt. We're talking about a minimal delay over the course of what has probably been a long time on this project. So for 42 days, I'm willing to see if any other future or any other information is brought to light through, as the chief said, an audit of what is done, although I do have a tremendous amount of faith in our fire department and staff. So I don't disagree with you, but I also understand that if more information comes to light, or if there is information that can benefit us for future projects, it is beneficial to have it in front of us.
Last thought, the applicant told us straight out he didn't think it's going to affect him. I want to be very clear, it isn't for the applicant's benefit that I oppose the delay. It's for those who have asked for the appeal, who deserve an answer to their question, who deserve the honesty and integrity of a decision when the answer is clearly at hand, even when it's difficult to look at a group of residents and say, we've got a law that we have to comply with, and we wish that we had more authority locally, but we don't because it's been taken by the state.
In all fairness, I don't think I could have been any more clear to the appellants and the community in my statements.
Well, I'm just saying that this isn't going to change the decision. It's just delaying things, so we could have done the people's business and moved forward. But with that said, if there are no other comments on this, we have a motion and a second. Let's cast our votes. I'd just like to explain why I'm the outlier. Okay. That item passes with 3 in favor and 2 opposed. That will bring us. Thank you to everyone who came to speak, those on both sides, those who are ambivalent and neutral. We appreciate all of you. Now we get into, we had a good warm up. Now we get into the Wave Water Park.
Dive right in.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. We're going to dive right in. But it won't be a common experience. Get the pun? All right. That's right. It's yeah, we're going to give about 1 minute here for everybody. If you're having a conversation, go ahead and take it all the way outside. It's a gorgeous night out. Go ahead and take your conversations outside the building if you would. We can hear them in the antechamber. Gorgeous night outside. Go ahead and enjoy the warm summer air. Have your conversation outside. Thank you for coming tonight. Glad to hear from you. But we're going to proceed with our business. Okay. Now we're going to go to our first discussion item regarding the Wave Water Park. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Recreation and Community Services Director Mike Pacheco will introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We have two recommended actions here for you this evening. First is to adopt City Council Resolution 2025, amending the capital project budget for fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26. The second action would be discuss a recommendation from the Senior Citizens Affairs Commission to reinstate lap swimming for the benefits of seniors and provide direction to staff. I'd like to turn it over now to our Wave Water Park Manager, Angela Plasek.
Good evening, Council. In regards to lap swim, the Senior Citizens Affair has recommended reinstating the lap swim program at the Wave. Previously, it was operated on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 6 to 8 a.m., and the program has ceased since COVID due to significant staffing shortages. Securing staff for early morning hours is difficult, and it's a problem that existed even before the pandemic. The recent Parks and Rec Master Plan survey found water fitness as high ranked as the third highest priority for investment. Staff does recommend deferring an immediate reinstatement decision until the Park and Rec Master Plan is completed by the end of this year, and so allow the time for the program to be considered within the Master Plan's established process. We did get the new chemical controllers installed in May of 2025. It replaced the original 1994 system. These automatically monitor and regulate the pool chemistry, and we also can receive alerts in a greater time for greater awareness to prevent any pool chemistry issues. There's a 5-year comprehensive maintenance plan that goes into the servicing of these for the first 5 years of them.
And next, we're going to give you further information on the three options that were brought forward to you before back in February. And with that, I'd like to turn this next presentation part over to our consultant, Justin Karen, Principal and CEO, Aquatic Design Group.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Deputy Mayor, City Council members, good to see everyone again. So our recommendation to keep the Wave Water Park operational would be to move forward with phase 1 this off-season. That phase 1 would include upgrading and modernizing all pool mechanical and chemical systems. So basically taking all the original stuff that's broken down, takes staff a lot of hard effort and maintenance to take care of, and replace it with new energy efficient and much more sustainable design. In addition to that, at the same time, we would recommend taking the lap pool down for a period of time, replacing the aging plaster that's very rough on swimmers' feet and other body parts, and replacing the lower level pool deck surrounding that at the same time. That would allow for when you reopen to have a like new lap pool, and you already have resurfaced your activity pool. So then phase 2, which we're not talking about tonight specifically, but just for information, would be to do the deck around the activity pool in a secondary phase. The other things that we want to talk about as part of that would be basically the gel coat of the slides. That's a needed repair, unknown repair, something that you've been flagged by. And then the estimated project cost, as presented in previous meetings, is about $3.5 million. We'd also recommend an annual budget being set aside for about $360,000 after this year. So that'd be subsequent years, because this year you won't need as much money for the repairs, because you're doing so many of those repairs that take care of those things. And those funding covers only the wet environments, right? So we're not talking about any of the building stuff. This is pool and pool deck experience related improvements. As you can see, and as we presented in previous meetings, to get through 2035, when the Wave will turn 40 years old, we project it's going to cost around $3.6 million in addition to the $3.5 million for this year's repairs. Once you get past that, you're at a state where you're going to have to replace a lot of components. And so that's one of the things we had talked about with potential upgrades, improvements, reimagining of the park. I think the city staff would like to recommend, and we would agree, to keep the Wave operational with its current operations through that 2035 date, and then that will be a capital project at that time. We did have a hands-on workshop. Mr. Mayor, I know you were in attendance. Several other people from the community and from city staff were there. We asked a series of questions, did a presentation, then we had a dot exercise on boards. Pretty good turnout from the community, even though it was a summer evening meeting. And you can see on the screen that the non-wet environments and amenities, locker rooms are really the one that stands out. You're going to need to do some TLC to those locker rooms over time. City staff's done a great job of keeping them operational throughout the years, but again, aging infrastructure just comes to a point where they do need attention. Increased shade, updated concessions were also highly talked about. Less important was the arrival experience, making a turf court, some things along those lines. So it seems like people are happy with the dry amenities that are there. They just like to see them upgraded. Lastly, the wet amenities. Lazy River, easily the most popular. Water slides, strong second place to see, maybe a potential upgrade to those in the future. More thrilling experience, more family experience, those sorts of things could be looked at. Lower on the list were things like a deep water surfable wave, a splash pad, you already have a splash pad, and then adding an activity pool with an interactive structure, which is a little bit different than the experience you have now, but was the original water park design at the Wave.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate it. So I also wanted to just in your agenda packet highlight that there's an exhibit that just shows the city-owned property that includes the right-of-way that surrounds the water park. And council may also consider this for future discussion, and that could be expanded. The roadway that goes through is not needed for emergency access. At this time, we're not really recommending repurposing Water Park without a future source of secured funding to account for the necessary redevelopment and capital replacement costs. And this, again, is the layout. And then just the third option that was recommended back in February, to provide you with more information, we put out a RFI, request for information, and we had 4 companies submit proposals. They were in this agenda packet as well. And just to kind of highlight the process, we provided site visits, gave detailed operational and financial data in the RFI, and then these are some highlights from the proposals and ideas. They were suggesting amplifying social media engagement and revitalizing strategic partnerships with major brands, maybe possibly hosting year-round events such as festivals, markets to increase park attendance revenue, and suggested new amenities, a multi-level water play structure, head first, mat racer, treetop adventure course, a recreational wave pool, which is different than a stand-up surfing pool. And then just to close this out, the fiscal impact and next steps, also in the agenda packet, just shows this chart right here. Again, as we mentioned before, it'd be $3.5 million that we would be allocating, and this is what we recommend. And that fund would be from the Prop L Reserve Fund for the Phase 1 improvements. And then the $360,000 would be in the future operating budgets. It's not identified on this table right here. I did want to just identify that our allocated costs each year are 12.2% for the next fiscal year, and then the following fiscal year is 18.12%. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much to staff. I really appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I really appreciate also that do we have public comment?
Yes, we do.
I figured we would.
Yes, sorry, I didn't
I'll
see
go,
the
if
stack
I
had
could
here.
reclaim my position after.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, yes, we do have a number of public speakers on this. Let's start with Angela Lorenzo, followed by Peggy Ramsing, followed by Carol Jeffries. If you heard your name called, would you please come grab a seat in the front row and be ready to speak when your name is called? Angela Lorenzo.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin, Deputy Mayor Melendez, Councilmember Contreras, Councilmember O'Donnell, and Councilmember Fox, and city staff who are very wonderful. Excuse me. My name is Angela Lorenzo, and I reside at 764 Carmel Circle in Vista. And my dad and my sister and my brother-in-law, they all live here. They've been living here for 30 years now. And I'm here to advocate as a resident and as an employee of the city of Vista. On the action item for the water park, specifically option 1, which is to improve and/or restore in the phase approach. I have over about 20 years of experience in running 6 aquatic centers, 300 temporary part-time personnel. I'm a little nervous. Haven't done this in 7 years. I used to be up in council all the time. Anyway, so I have experience in aquatics, and what I did this year is I applied for a position with the City of Vista, with the Wave Water Park. So I am working there as a guest services person, and I want to help. I want to help out the community as a resident and now as an employee. So basically, I've been working part-time also for 7 years with the City of San Marcos Fire Department. And this is the first summer working with guest services. So the water park, the closest water park to us is the one in Chula Vista, and there's one in Irvine. So if you look at this water park here, it's a park where over 15 outlying communities can come to. And it's an opportunity for people to come and visit. And working at the teller part, I get to speak to a lot of our guests who come through. Where are you from? Escondido, Temecula. They come from all over. So this is a gem of a place that has been a staple for the city of Vista. People come from all over. Our season pass holders are amazing. And while working at the water park, I see the need. You see the need for the summer camps that provide a safe place for working parents to drop off their kids while they go to work. It provides a place for much-needed swimming lessons to prevent drowning and teach children to be safe in and around water. We provide a space for water polo and high school swim teams, and a great attraction, and the greatest attraction we all know is the lazy river. All right, I just want to be able to recognize Angela, Jesus, Anitzia, and their outstanding leadership and dedication to the Wave through their staff training, customer service, and everything that they do. Thank you.
Peggy Ramsing, followed by Carol Jeffries, followed by Diane, I think it's Noelke. Noelke? Now we'll hear from Peggy Ramsing.
I'm possibly the last remaining member of the very large committee that got together 38 years ago to work on the Wave Water Park. And all I can say at this time of my life is that it is time to remember to remove the Wave Water Park from whatever budget it hasn't had and include it in maintenance for public health and safety. It belongs there. And water safety is at least as basic as fire safety, traffic circles, bicycle safety beams, but it benefits more people and it's a bit more fun. And I want to remind you that if you ever decide to dispose of this wonderful place, you still owe the citizens a place for water safety. Thank you.
Carol Jeffries. By the way, I have to interject. I don't think any of the members of this council want to dispose of the Wave.
So I've been to a lot of the public meetings that we've had about, or the public input meetings. And one thing that I've noticed is that there is strong opposition to having a private entity come in to run it. I pretty much haven't heard anybody in favor of that. You know, it's a public good, and like Peggy said, it's so important for our community to have this vital resource, and of course, it functions as a cool zone as well, in a manner of speaking. People need a place to get wet when it turns hot. But I do feel like, I do want us to revitalize what we have. I know that it's cost prohibitive to make a whole new park. We need to do that. But we do, I think, need to maximize what we can do with the pool. I think lap swim is something that's really important. A lot of people want to do that, and there is no place to do that. We really are we really have a lack of water in the city. I did have a pun in here and many ideas were floated, but I was made aware by Peggy actually that previous councils were not amenable to creating a fund for the future of the wave. And so now here we find ourselves subsidizing and using emergency funds to fix and maintain it. And so I'm going to paraphrase a famous saying that the best time to start a fund is 30 years ago, and the next best time is today. So I really think that we need to view the wave as something that doesn't need to create revenue. It is something that we need to have for our citizens. And also at some of the meetings, we talked about other swim complexes in the area and if they bring in revenue, and really none of them do. So as far as I remember from the discussion we had. So I think we need to kind of get away from that idea that it's got to bring in revenue. So it's just something we need for our community. Thank you.
Diane Volke, followed by Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Tom Holland.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm a retired advanced practice and public health nurse. I'm a board member with Safe Healthy Playing Fields. I'm with Climate Reality Project, and I'm working with a large coalition to bring about a ban on synthetic turf in Los Angeles. We also were instrumental in bringing the ban to Millbrae, and we're also talking with other cities. I wanted to speak specifically to the turf that was listed in this project. What they're referring to is petrochemical plastic turf. Turf is natural grass. We're taking back control of that word. I would ask you to not allow synthetic turf in the community. It is under regulation. It's in process currently with the Department of Toxic Substances Control, an arm of the Cal EPA. They're bringing it under regulation due to PFAS chemicals. We have a lot of vulnerable populations here, not only youth, but also our seniors who are exposed to this. These chemicals can be inhaled, they can be ingested, they can be absorbed through the skin. In addition, DTSC is considering bringing under regulation microplastics as a chemical of concern. They just closed public comments. A lot of input there with 188 respondents to that. These, also in one of the meetings, it showed surfacing for the splash pad being PIP or poured in place used tire crumb, again, highly toxic, microplastics. Please do not allow these things in the wave park. Thank you. And also, these are not recyclable components. I have a lot of information on that. I work closely with 2 other national organizations on the so-called recycling concerns regarding these products. There is none. Thank you.
Kenneth Zuniga, followed by Tom Holland, followed by Sid Rothenberg.
Hello. So I'm urging the council to go with option 1, to just maintain the park and keep it under control and owned by the city. I don't think it should be leased out to any private group for reasons of it's a public good, kids use it, the working class uses it, seniors use it, everyone uses it, and it should be not for making a profit, right? We don't look at Bengal Terrace and say, well, this park's not making a profit, so we need to get rid of it. That's an absolutely crazy thing to think of, right? So why are we doing that with a wave pool? This is a private good. This allows, the working poor who don't have pools in their backyard, don't have community pools in their apartments, to come and learn how to swim, how to interact with other children, and build social skills. When you're talking about leasing out the park to a company, I think of Chicago and how they gave away their parking spaces for 75 years, and within the 2 years after that lease, that private company made a profit, and the city of Chicago has suffered ever since, and they will continue to until the 75-year lease is up. Some things that the city could do is obviously expand parked hours, offer more services and events to bring in more revenue. It's a public good, and it should stay within the city. So thank you.
Tom Holland, followed by Sid Rothenberg, followed by Kellyanne Ingalls.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Franklin, Deputy Mayor Melendez, and fellow council members. Thank you for your dedication to our community here. I was thinking about all the things I wanted to say, and many people have already mentioned those, so I'm gonna, there's something I thought about while sitting here, and I used to swim there 3 times a week. And there was an older couple that came in once in a while. I remember when they first came in, he wheeled her in a wheelchair. He was in a lot of pain, it was pretty obvious, and she is in even more pain. He put her into this apparatus that allowed her to be lowered into the pool. And when she first got out of the chair, you could still see that she was in pain, but she held on to the side and she would walk. This would give her the chance to get some exercise that wasn't in so much pain. And as she would walk back and forth, she'd get a little bit quicker and her smile would start to grow as she started to remember what it was like to not have to have so much pain just to move around. And over a couple months, she got a little bit better each time. So I think this is real important that they're reopening the way for lap swimming. It's not just for kids or younger people, younger adults to swim, because there were quite a few ex-swimmers, competitive swimmers that were there that were quite impressive. But it's also for the older people, such as myself, that need a little bit of help getting around. And I think it's real important that we have this again. And I remember it was open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and that's what it's going to be, correct? It'd be nice if it was open also on Tuesday and Thursday for special people that have special needs, because they can't necessarily swim like the high schoolers did. But they may need to have a little more room, a little more time to kind of exercise and get the joy of that. So I hope this goes through, and I look forward to what the water park looks like in the future.
All right, Sid Rothenberg, followed by Kellyanne Ingalls, followed by Sharon Larimer.
Well, that wasn't a good segue for what I have to say. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. I'm not sure which hat to wear tonight, but maybe it should be a commissioner. I recognize there are bigger issues surrounding the Wave Water Park and that the season will end soon. So bigger issues than whether the lap swim program for seniors and age the city has designated as 55, you become a senior in the city, and older will be initiated anytime soon. We do know it is a popular program for seniors, and pre-pandemic there was a program for it. I am also aware that the staff recommended putting the Senior Affairs Commission recommendation for lap swim program on hold until the Parks and Recreation Master Plan is completed and presented to the council at the end of the year. Calendar or fiscal year is unclear. Lap swim programs are very popular with seniors. Here are some interesting facts to consider the next time this topic comes up for consideration. Joint pain. The buoyancy of the water reduces the impact on joints, making it an ideal exercise for seniors, especially those with arthritis. Improved sleep. Swimming can improve sleep quality and duration. Mental health. My previous speaker pointed to all these points. Swimming can be relaxing and a meditative activity, reducing stress, improving good mood and concentration, enhancing cognitive functions, and getting people outdoors. Weight management. Swimming burns calories and can assist with weight management since metabolism slows down with aging. Bone density. Studies suggest that swimming may help maintain and improve bone density in older adults. Lung and heart capacity. Swimming improves lung capacity due to the deep breathing involved in the activity, and heart benefits by improved circulation, reduced heart disease, and improved overall endurance. The benefits of low impact, lap swimming is low impact exercise, making it a safer option for seniors and with mobility limitations or joint pain. You can adjust the pace and intensity. Seniors can adjust their intensity and pace of their swimming to suit their fitness level and individual needs. And it reduces fall risk because swimming improves balance control, muscle strength, and core body strength. Who knows, one of you might find yourself enjoying benefits of lap swimming someday. Thank you.
Kellyanne Ingalls, followed by Sharon Larimer.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and fellow council members. My name is Kellyanne Ingalls, and I'm originally from Monterey, California. I moved to Vista in 2009, and I've been a season pass holder for the past 5 years. I have a 15-year-old son who grew up at the Wave since he was 5 years old. He's taken flow rider classes the past 4 years. I ask that each of you select option 1 to restore and improve the Wave Water Park. With the Summer Olympics coming to LA in 2028, I think if we were to market the Wave with all the upgrades, if we were to keep it, that would bring more kids and families to the Wave. I read an article where Deputy Katie Melendez stated several people have approached her having evening events for adults at the Wave, new vendors, and more programming. I do agree with Katie's comment, and I would like to see us keeping the Wave. Thank you.
Sharon Larimer, and then we'll hear from Ross Maniaci on Zoom.
Mayor and council members, my name is Sharon Larimer. I'm the chairman for the Senior Citizens Advisory Commission, and I'm going to make it short and sweet. I'd like for you all to keep the Wave under our control, under option 1, and also in regards to the seniors, I think it would be a great way if we could actually open up the lap pool again for the seniors to actually get exercise. I know it's a little bit because the staff has to come there earlier in the morning and they have to stay later to close it down for the Wave. But I think it would be a great way for seniors to be able to exercise. I don't have all the details like Sid had, but I just think it would be a great idea to reopen the Wave with a lap pool for the seniors. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Ross Maniaci on Zoom.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ross Maniaci. Thank you very much for pronouncing my name correctly. You probably heard from me. I'm actually, of course, you know, I'm in favor of option 1, which is keeping the Wave and really improving it, because I'm actually a resident, believe it or not, of San Diego. But I come in because the Wave is unique. The flow rider, you have the only flow rider in San Diego, and that's really, really important, not just for me, but for so many other people. And I mean, I know obviously everyone's going to be in support of option 1, but the point is that even coming in and having such a unique feature is really important to me and so many other people who even outside of Vista. So always been really supportive of option 1, and the Wave is a great place. It's a unique feature and it needs to be improved and upgraded.
Okay, Ross, I think was the end of your comments. Thank you very much. We'll now close the opportunity for public comment on this item, and I'm going to lead off the discussion tonight. I was contacted today by 2 different reporters who ask about this issue of, are we going to close the Wave? And I don't know where this is coming from. Was it one of the staff options? It was like, well, here's something you could do, but nobody actually proposed that. No member of this council has suggested, even in jest, that we close the Wave. I don't think any member of this council is going to say that they want to turn it into housing or plow it under. I think every single one of us, all 5 of us, want to see the Wave protected for future generations of Vistans. So, whatever decision we come to, is going to be how best to operate the wave into the future. We want to protect it for our senior citizens. We want to protect it for our students who need access, for student team athletics and individual athletics. We want to protect it for special needs, for kids, for families, for everybody. So I want to be very clear about that. No one is suggesting getting rid of the wave. Also, what I have not heard suggested yet from anybody is that we lease it, as in offer it as the leasehold of some private corporation. Though that has been said frequently as a mantra, and people have been scared into the belief, wrongly, that we're going to offer it as a leasehold asset to some private corporation to do with as they please in exchange for a payment. I have not heard that suggested. I certainly would never suggest it. It hasn't been suggested by anybody here. What I suggested is that we simply hear proposals from private partners who could help us operate the wave instead of at a loss, operate it at a profit. And yes, of course, we would have to pay somebody who could help us turn what is now $1 million actual loss, but in reality, it's more like a $2.5 million loss every year. When we look at the deferred maintenance that we're not investing in, we're accruing a deferred maintenance obligation to bring the park back to a good state of good repair. We're looking at $3.5 million to spend right now, to authorize another $3.6 million on top of that. Is that right? Just for the next 10 years. So, and that won't pay for all of the maintenance that we really need, because that only touches the wet surfaces. We also have buildings, we have locker rooms, we have all kinds of amenities need to be replaced. The first in the nation flow rider that probably needs to be completely replaced with a brand new flow rider. This idea of taking out the street and expanding it, how are you going to get rid of all that parking? I can't find a place to park to go to the wave now. And I'm not the only one who thought, I was going to go, but there's literally absolutely nowhere to park. It's going to affect people's decision to visit the park if there's absolutely nowhere to leave your automobile and get out of it. I don't know how you overcome that. You cannot park on Vista Village. So that's just not going to work. We cannot eliminate massive amounts of parking. I'm not going to support spending Prop L reserve money. This council is going to have a conversation about Prop L money, whether or not we return those monies that are excess. Voters approved a bill of improvements for the city. This City Hall, Fire Station 5, the sports park, and a number of other amenities. And it's been proposed, it was proposed by Patrick Johnson, our previous city manager, and it's been proposed by staff up till now. And there's some legitimacy to the idea of using the Prop L revenues, which are revenues from the half-cent sales tax, to extend and prolong the life of the Prop L assets. City Hall, the sports park, the fire stations that we built, those are Prop L assets. The wave is not a Prop L asset. If you're not going to even entertain the question of whether or not a contracted operator could, A, protect the rights of our students to use it for student aquatics, B, protect the ability of Vista residents to have affordable access. I was the one that said Vista residents should have a discount. Vista residents have a discount at the wave today because of my leadership on that item. I believe that Vista residents should always enjoy a lower ticket price because of the fact that your tax dollars support this amenity. That's very important. But if a higher ticket price for people who are driving from neighboring communities would help pay for an asset enjoyed by the people of Vista, well, I'm for that. And I don't know why anybody in Vista wouldn't be, because, one of the best ways we love to raise tax in Vista, tax revenue, is TOT tax. That's hotel tax, because we don't pay it. Visitors pay it. It's great to get visitors to come in and bring their dollars. There's two ways we can increase revenues in government. One, raise taxes. Two, we can grow our economy and bring dollars into Vista. Now, I would rather focus on the latter. I would rather bring dollars into Vista. Let's bring innovative business people who understand marketing. You know, I hired a young person, 25 years old, and I hired them because they know a lot about social media marketing. And I had this young person working for me for about a month now, and I asked him to put together a list of suggestions. You know, and I know a lot about this stuff. I've been working on this stuff for 25 years. I mean, I was there when they launched Facebook, okay? But I don't know half of what these young people know. Why? Because they have different perspective. We have an unwillingness to consider bringing in an expert perspective. Some people that might know more about a few things than we do. Why? Why are we so obstinate in government that we won't even hear by having a request for proposal where this council lays out its must-haves and its must-not-haves to the operators? We've got 4 of them now who want to provide us a formal proposal. And I think we say to those 4 operators, we're not willing to raise ticket prices for Vistans more than X amount. We're not willing to compromise senior adult swim lap swimming. We're not willing to eliminate student team practice. If you can agree to those demands, and if you think you can operate the Wave at a break even, or my goodness, a profit, what an amazing thing that we could reinvest that money. One of these operators said they believe they could return $1 million of net revenue. That would be a $2 million increase in revenues to the city. Can they do it? Can they not? I have no idea, and we'll never know if we don't even let them make a proposal. So what I have asked, and I'm going to make a motion right now, that we entertain by approving a request for proposal. We bring it back. We give direction tonight. The motion is to give direction to staff to have a request for proposal process come back, where we go through a process and this council says, what are the things we are absolutely not going to negotiate? By the way, we're not leasing it to somebody. We are paying them a service. We're paying them a fee in exchange for service to come in and provide advice and operations expertise. We don't need to get rid of all of our staff. We need to come behind our staff with the support that they need to be as successful as possible. You know what? I'd like to get rid of the rust on the water slides. I'd like to get rid of the rotted woods, the wood in the pergola. I'd like to get rid of the rusty metal on the pool deck, the pitted concrete on the pool deck, the torn up plaster in the pools. But wouldn't it be wonderful if we had $1 million net revenue every year, as one of these operators believed that they could produce, an operator that operates a water park already in another part of the state. They have experience with this. They said, we can turn your $1 million loss into $1 million a year profit. That profit could be directly reinvested into the Wave. So if you think I'm going to vote to divert tax revenue that this council, a previous council, promised the people of Vista would be spent on a fixed list of assets, and I think it's never been discussed, but perhaps if we repay the bonds early, maybe we should return the people's money back to them. I know that's a crazy idea, right? But it makes sense to me. We borrowed money, we said we would build assets, we built those assets, we maintained them, and when there's extra money, we should return it to the people. You want to pay, was it $360,000 a year? We just passed a budget that was balanced by the skin of our teeth. Where is this money coming from? Well, you're proposing to take it out of the Prop Bell Reserve. But we haven't even had a full conversation about how we're going to spend these extra monies. The taxpayers, the people of Vista, have not been consulted who voted to approve the sales tax. They have not been consulted about whether they might like the extra money, because that's what we're talking about, Remember, it was specific promises made to the people of Vista about what that money was going to be spent on. That extra money, we should have a full public decision-making process where we ask the people if they might not like to have their extra money back. It's their money. But if you think I'm going to vote to use that money for the wave before we even look at the question of whether we could turn the wave from a money-losing asset into a money-making asset while protecting access for low-income residents, while protecting access for senior citizens, while protecting access for students, no, I'm not going to vote for that. So if I have to be the one person to say, no, I'm not going to vote out of that pool of money or out of the general fund, I'm not going to increase it unless you're willing to consider all sources of revenue. And you know, the best source of revenue for a water park would be to have families enjoy that water park so much because the state of good repair is Class A, because the amenities are Class A, because the food and beverage service is Class A. And guess what, guys? It's not right now. We're not meeting a B- standard. We're getting a C right now, if we're lucky. And a lot of parts of the wave are getting a D. It's not acceptable. This council needs to consider all the options on the table. And so I am making the motion to give direction to staff to bring a contract operator request for proposal where we line out our must-haves and our must-not-haves to protect the interests of the people of Vista, an operator contract that is cancelable for non-performance, not a lease, not one where we hand over full control or sell to a private corporation. No one's suggesting that. But think about the intelligence of turning our asset into a performing asset instead of siphoning money off of other things. When we barely passed a budget in balance, we do not have an additional $360,000 a year or the $1.5 million that we truly need for this asset. We don't have that money available to put into the wave. Not when we're going to ignore completely the opportunity to turn this asset into one that performs. Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you. I think you pretty much just illustrated why people are afraid that the wave is going away. I don't know if you realize that or not, but we had already defeated the concept of a private operator because we know that a private operator will not give the same courtesy to the residents of Vista that the city of Vista would. And I'm sorry that previous councils did not tackle this issue. The longest standing person on this council right now is Mayor Franklin, and I wish that this vigor would have came out a long time ago. I just have some questions. You brought up Prop L. So city manager, city attorney, how is it legal for us to utilize Prop L to fund the wave?
Prop L is a general sales tax measure, so we can use it for any purpose we'd like at the council's discretion. It was originally promised to build all of the projects the mayor mentioned, which we have bonded for and built, and we are paying those bonds back. But there is some extra money that we're putting in reserve. That's the money that we're recommending we use.
And am I remembering this correctly? And if not, please correct me. But we have the funding from Prop L would not jeopardize that bond that we have.
You mean using it for this purpose?
Correct.
No, it would not.
I'm curious also about Prop L. You know, I wasn't on the council when this happened. But was it that there was one of the projects listed was a $15 million city park in Northwest Vista?
That was the sports park.
Okay. And did we utilize all 15 million?
Yes.
Okay.
And then some.
Fantastic. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that we do have the legal authority to utilize Prop L funds for the wave.
Yes.
In your professional experience, have you ever seen any project like the Wave that has had so many public comments in favor of keeping it, or any kind of outcry from the public? Because I can't think of any, but I'm just curious to see how you would gauge the public sentiment for the Wave Water Park as compared to other projects.
My experience is the public sentiment is that they want to keep and maintain all of our public assets. I have yet to be in a situation where the public's telling me we need to get rid of something like the Wave or some recreational asset.
Okay. All right, so I have a question for whoever can answer this. If we are, one, I don't agree that we need to have the Park and Rec Master Plan back in order to start reinstating laps at the Wave. And also, if we waited, we would have to wait till next season, right, in order to even reinstate the laps. So what is it that we would need to be able to reinstate lap swim immediately?
Yeah, I'll have Angela help me kind of jump in if I misstate something. So we have done this in the past, like we kind of mentioned, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6:30 to 8:30. So we'd need 2 lifeguards to work 5:30 to 8:30. So they'd get there half an hour before to open everything up, taking off covers, testing water, and then they're lifeguarding the 2-hour shift, and then half hour of closing. So just the 3-hour period, 3 days a week. We would definitely try to hire staff for that. We don't have staff for that right now, so it would be contingent on how soon we could get staff going. So we couldn't promise you tomorrow we would have 2 people that aren't going to school in the morning. Right now, we just don't have like that availability of staff. So it would just take a while for us to get the interest, find out who's available, who can work these shifts. And that's really what's all going to boil down to, is just the availability of staff. When COVID hit and we stopped all operations, this was one of the ones we just couldn't bring back. We just didn't have the staff to do it. We tried and we just didn't have staff. Like a lot of city facilities didn't have lifeguard staff. Kind of like during these early mornings, we usually have like college age kids, I shouldn't say kids, college students. We could absolutely get this going, but it would be contingent on when the staffing's available. Did I miss anything on that?
Yeah, and it's a lot of college students, because there's stipulations with minors and how early they can start working. So not a lot of minors can start working at 5:30 in the morning. So we have to get college student, and currently a lot of our college base are out-of-state college students. We don't have a lot of local college students. So it's something that we can try to market to the local college students, see if there's a willing for it or a demand for it. But also 9 hours a week isn't really going to pull someone in to come get a new job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what I'm hearing is that we haven't, that labor is a constraint. However, outside of that constraint, it is 100% feasible to immediately open up for lap swims.
Correct. Okay. Not immediately, but we would, as soon as we have the staffing in place.
Yeah, I mean, if staffing's not, if we're looking at that as a variable and a constraint, if that's not a constraint, we could, if we had the staffing, we could do it tomorrow.
Correct. And we would just a point of clarification, we would later follow up with the budget adjustment. We have enough budget to, handle the part-time staff for now, but eventually we would run out of that funding. So I think it's about $20,000 in staffing that, with this, it's not a lot of money, but we would have to, do a budget adjustment, get some more staffing.
Is lap swim something that would be, because we have a heated pool. So is lap swim something that ends with the season? I have a big contention, and I've said this publicly. I do not believe that our season corresponds with the actual weather we have in Vista, and I think that's a big problem. But can you provide some clarification on if lap swim would be year-round or if that ends with the season?
Lap swim typically was a year-round entity, so it was the one program that we ran year-round, as opposed, or it would close for the 1 month that the pool was closed for maintenance. But it would follow the calendar year and be open year-round.
And the projection of a $20,000 or so adjustment for a year-round, that would be for year-round.
Yeah, and that's just the labor for about 9 months. So it kind of would be absorbed in the summer labor hours, because we would just shift the opening shift to start at 5:30, but they still have the same amount of hours. So that's just for the off-season, the 9 months where the park's closed to sustain the labor. The pool's heated year-round because the high schools need it to be heated, so it wouldn't change how much we heat the pool.
Yeah, so it sounds like the question is utilization, in that there's a lot of costs that go into just keeping the pool open for other activities. And what I'm suggesting is that we could probably increase the utilization of our park and not have significant increase costs. As you stated, it's already being heated. I think, I've talked to a lot of folks. They want to lap swim here in Vista. You know where they're going now? They're going to Oceanside. They're going to Carlsbad. Because we don't have it here, but technically we do have it here. But there just hasn't been this initiative to bring it back. I really do want to bring that back. I think that our community deserves that, especially if that's a feature that would be available year-round. I have, again, contention with how early the season ends. I would love to have a further discussion. I've brought it up before, and we haven't had this discussion yet, but I think that we're probably going to need a lot more discussions that are narrow discussion topics for the wave. And one of those would be to extend the season. Another discussion, I think, could come in the form of discussing after hours during the summer for potentially adult use. That would need its own discussion. I don't think we're in a position right now to really dissect that and make a recommendation. One of the things I'm really worried about that not a lot of people talk about is excessive heat. It's getting hotter and hotter and hotter every single year. We know it's going to get hotter next year and the year after that. We need to ensure that the public has access to this water feature, this water park. And I do think that in the future, we can consider expansion of the wave. We're not at that position now, but I really appreciate that staff reviewed. I think it's just important information for the council to have, to see what the footprint is that the city owns and how potentially it could grow in the future. That's probably 20 years down the line. So I know that people really want to keep this asset, and I have yet to hear that anybody wants to turn it over to a private entity outside of Mayor Franklin. So I want to keep it for the people. I think you all deserve it. And it's necessary. This is about public health and safety as well. We need to keep it affordable. A private operator, how are they going to make money? They're going to increase the ticket price. If they reconfigure anything on the park and they go bankrupt, guess who's on the hook for maintaining that or destroying whatever feature it was because we can't maintain it? It would be us and the taxpayers. I just don't think that's okay. So hearing that there wasn't, I think a motion was made, but I haven't heard a second. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I move that we accept staff's recommendation to preserve, restore the wave, and that we reinstate lap swim. That will be the extent of my motion. I really look forward to the rest of the comments from the council. And again, I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it. We will have more discussions about this. We just need to get this modernized so that people aren't stepping on rusty things and I can't put my finger and there's all these cracks in the wall. So thank you again for all the work that has gone into this.
You know, I just have to say here that I really do object to your continued mischaracterization of what I'm proposing. You continue to talk about turning it over to a private company. I'm talking about somebody to come in and provide strategic advice, both operationally and in marketing. I'm not talking about leasing it. I've never proposed leasing it. I've never proposed giving up control of it. I've never proposed a wholesale hand it over to anybody. What I've said is let's outline what our must-haves are, what's not negotiable. Let's talk about making sure that we protect our seniors' access, low-income Vista residents' access, student aquatic access. Let's put that first. Let's put that in writing. And then after we do those things, then let's consider bringing in somebody to help us make this non-performing asset a performing asset. Let's bring it back to a state of good repair. Your unwillingness to acknowledge what I'm saying, and indeed to continue to mischaracterize it intentionally, to create a concern that is a false concern, to continue to talk about whether or not it's even on the table that we're going to, quote, not keep it, which is untrue. No one has suggested not keeping the wave. So to act like that's an even a plausible option when no one has suggested that, maybe now I know why I'm getting calls from reporters asking if we're going to eliminate the wave and why I have a room full of residents who are concerned that we're going to eliminate the wave because someone is telling them that this is a possibility or that someone has proposed such a thing, when in fact no one has proposed anything of the kind. And I would just beseech you for the future of the wave and for the fiscal future of our city that you would fairly characterize my proposal. Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you to staff. Thank you to the public for being here, emails, everybody that's commented on any public forums as well. I do have a question because it is something that a lot of people are worried about. Are there any other cities that you're aware of that operate their staffing and marketing with a third party to make their public pool accessible or profitable?
So you're referring to like a...
I'm referring to what the mayor is suggesting as far as hiring an outside entity to, it sounds like, perform the upgrades. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to mischaracterize, but perform the upgrades, staff it adequately, and then perform the marketing in order to essentially run the public asset.
I know we've talked about before that there's like, maybe, I know even Justin has mentioned before, there's maybe like a military base that outsources their aquatic center just for like an operations standpoint, but they didn't come in and fix anything and there wasn't any improvements made. They just run the center.
And Mayor, am I incorrect in that characterization? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what an RFP would look like.
An RFP would be designed by this council. I would expect that if we gave direction tonight to staff that we wanted to have an RFP, that staff would bring us a menu of options that, number one, we would all agree, because I know we do all agree, that we're going to protect senior citizen access and lap swimming. That number two, we're going to protect student aquatic access and team sport practice. That number three, we're going to protect affordable access to the wave for Vista residents. That we're going to make sure that Vista residents have a discount and have a price that is one that they can continue to afford to utilize the wave long into the future affordably. We would include all of those things, and then we would say, we're not giving you ownership, we're not giving you a long-term lease, but we're looking for a proposal. And of course, the operators that want to make such a proposal would have to outline what would make it possible for them, what their must-haves were. Maybe we would find a partner to work with, maybe we would not. Maybe our must-haves and must-not-haves would not be palatable to any of the 4 operators who have presently expressed interest. Maybe it would. We don't even know. And after we see the proposals that would come out of our request for proposal, we don't have to accept any of them. We can bring them before the public, we can discuss the pros and the cons, and we can make a decision as a council, as a community, about what's the best way forward. Right now, all I'm asking is to have a discussion about all of our options. As we talked about earlier, delay for more information. There is a lot more information here, and I can lay out with specificity what information I'm looking for. What kind of a term of agreement would we need to make with an operator? These are questions we should ask. What kind of projection of profitability that they can return to the coffers of the people of Vista would they propose that they think they can make? What kind of, what I would like to see is somebody that says, look, we're not going to get paid if we can't make the thing, we can't reduce the people of Vista's cost burden, we're not going to get paid. In other words, we're losing $1 million a year right now. If they can't improve that situation, then I don't think we should pay them. I don't want to hire somebody to jump out of the frying pan into the fire.
I guess that's where my confusion is. Are we hiring a marketing company and then they profit off of their marketing ability to bring in revenue to the wave? Or are we hiring a third-party operator that if they're not successful, then they don't get paid and all that money comes back to the residents of Vista? That's my confusion.
Absolutely. I would love to have that conversation with you. Having the precise conversation that you are identifying is exactly what I am asking for us to do. I am asking, do we only want help with marketing? If that's all the council is willing to entertain, then yes, please, let's talk about hiring somebody to help us market what we're doing now. I think probably that's one of the biggest things. You know, when I walked through with some of the private operators at the Wave, they pointed things out that they would be willing to invest to bring the Wave to a state of good repair because they believed that by bringing all of the flaking paint, all of the rust, they thought, you know, if we could invest a few $1 million and bring the thing back to look good again, if we could offer a few more food and beverage options, if we could offer a few more programs, if we could improve what we're doing with marketing, they believed there is a viable business there. They believe that they could turn it into a profitable enterprise. There are people who specialize in operating these types of attractions, and they have a track record. We can name line by line what our desires are, what our requirements are, what the things are that we're not going to accept. I would love to have that conversation with you. I'm asking you to give direction to staff just that we could have exactly that conversation. And if you say, you know, I'm not willing to consider, not willing to consider anybody being a privatized employee or whatever your line-by-line considerations are, we can go down, we can do a show of hands like we often do, and we can decide what's on the table and what's off the table. If we come up with a list of things that's on the table and a list of things that are off the table, if we can then find an operator that thinks that they can help us, given that list, great, we'll move forward. We'll get a proposal, we'll consider it. If we like it, maybe we'll approve it. If we don't, we won't approve it. We don't know what our options are right now. I mean, we just went through this whole thing on the last item about getting more information, about knowing what all of our options were. And on this item, what I see is an unwillingness to consider options, an unwillingness to receive information. It was just said on the last item that information doesn't hurt. More information cannot harm us, but it certainly could help the taxpayers of the city of Vista. It could help the kids of our community who want access to the Wave. It could help the seniors who want to have access to lap swimming. So I'm just asking you, could we please have the conversation about all of the options about how we ensure access to the Wave for the next generation of young Vista people?
Thank you. I will say a third party does concern me because we can't even get a third party to keep our bathrooms clean right now. And that is a huge concern of mine to bring in a separate entity to operate, but I'll consider your comments during all of this. So no other cities have operated in this manner. I see that there are a lot of different ideas that have been kicked around. Do you foresee, once these improvements are made, I understand we may not be profitable, but can we even be neutral at some point? And what does that look like? Have we run any models or ideas of how we get to a neutral cost?
I mean, I will say, we've kind of mentioned this before, and having, an expert in the field, that aquatic centers really aren't profitable. And I think the difference is that we're not just a water park. We're open for a whole, most of the season as an aquatic center, which is the part which you're not profitable. Heating a body of water, all night when it's, 40 degrees at night, it's just, you're losing so much money for that type of environment. It's just not made to be profitable. And sorry if I've also kind of mentioned this before, we don't have like our budget set up right now to be able to tell you exactly how much money we make as a water park in the summer. We're working on that now, but it takes a lot of work to kind of put our deferred revenue and deferred expenditures into like certain fiscal years. So we'll be able to actually figure that out here within the next fiscal year. But we know, and sorry if I don't mean to put Justin on the spot, but we do know these improvements, there is a pretty good return on investment with just the efficiencies of, these types of proposals that will be coming in. So I would think we would start to see less expenditures, although then energy, costs keep rising. So it's just such a hard game to kind of play. Staffing costs keep rising with salaries, with part-time hourly rates going up. But then I would think with having a newer facility, we're going to bring in more people. I mean, there's just been, since I've been here 3 summers now, we haven't had a full operational with nothing breaking on us. There's always something breaking, and that just is what's been killing us. And I don't know if Angela has some more to add to that question. Great question.
That's what makes it hard to market, is how are we going to put out to social media, come enjoy your fun day at the Wave, and then you show up and 2 slides are down, this attraction's down. So we haven't been really heavy on the marketing because we haven't had the maintenance budget to be able to keep up on the attractions, to be able to keep everything. We do as much as we can in the off season, but there's things that come up during the on season that makes it hard for us to market, to try to bring people in. I think there's a way we can look at how we structure the off season with how the schools are using it. They get charged per hour for the pool right now. A lot of facilities do it per lane. That way you can have multiple users. You get a little bit more of that return on them heating us heating the pool for them year round. So that's something that we can look into, the difference of per hour versus per lane. So that's something that I would like to see in the future, maybe shift the off season.
Yeah, thank you. I believe the most tenured person on this dais is our city manager. How long have you been with the city? 26 years? How many times has the Wave come before this body as a discussion for funding, and it has been kicked down the road for a future council?
Probably a dozen times.
And so if my math is correct, the Wave opened in 1994, is that right? So for 31 years, we've had deferred maintenance on a public asset. So I just want to be very, very clear in this statement that I am not going to take accountability for previous councils not doing their due diligence and not doing the work that should have been done many, many years ago. The fact that we are in need of $14 million worth of repair is not the fault of anybody up on this council. It is the fault of previous councils. Well, some of us served on previous councils, so I apologize, but this should have been done, and this discussion shouldn't have waited until we were in a state of disrepair. I'm fine getting an RFP, but I'm not willing to defer any maintenance that is necessary. So if we're going to spend $3.6 million and allocate another $360,000 per year over the next decade, I will accept that. And in the interim, allow an RFP to come in. I'm not saying I'd be supportive of any of them, but at least we can see what ideas are out there to try and offset some of the cost. I know that's not a motion right now, and I'm going to wait till I hear from the rest of the council before I try and make any substitute. Well, we have no seconds, so I'm not going to put a third motion on the floor. But I mean, the reality is, like, we're not in the jump seat anymore. We are out of the plane, and we don't have a lot of time to pull the parachute. And 10 years sounds like a lot of time, but when you're talking $14 million, it is not a lot of time, especially in a city where our budget is $115 million. So whether it's through Prop L funding, whether we extend Prop L, whatever method or mechanism we use, we need to have a serious public discussion. And I appreciate the idea that, you know, where's the public consultation, but where has it been for 31 years on the maintenance that has been deferred? Because I can promise you that the public does appreciate this asset. I've only heard 2 people tell me that they want it to go to a third party, and neither of them, I can assure you, are utilizing the Wave. one of them wants to remove themselves entirely from the city of Vista. So I don't take a whole lot of stock in that. But this is a huge public asset. It is a gem for North County. It's a gem for Vista. The issue that we're going through right now is not unique to the city of Vista. It is happening all across this nation. Public pools do not turn a profit. They are extremely expensive to operate. We do need to find out ways that are creative to, if we can't be profitable, at least try and make a neutral revenue on it. So that way we're not here in 10 years and trying to figure out where we're going to come up with $14 million just to keep the place open. Because I feel like the discussion at that point will be very different than the one we're having tonight. So those are my comments for now. I'm going to wait till I listen, hear from the rest of the council. But I really do want to say thank you to the public for showing up, for all of your input. Thank you to staff for all your work on this, and for the operation that has taken place at the Wave for the last 31 years.
By the way, since you're willing to provide that direction, I don't need it as a motion. If there are 3 members willing to provide that direction, that means we can come back and have a conversation about shaping an RFP. That's all I'm looking for. And I just very quickly, in the 11 years I've been on this council, staff has never brought a request for money for the Wave for capital improvement that the council has not approved. Never happened. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong. But I'm telling you, that never happened.
That's probably true. The Wave has been before the council numerous times to request funding. But
The reality is, nobody in this room was here in executive management. Staff never brought the fact that we were deferring maintenance on this asset to the attention of the council. I was not aware of it. You know, we own a lot of different assets. You know, if we're deferring maintenance on it, this is a management issue. Our city manager, our past city manager, was not bringing to the attention of the council the fact that we had deferred maintenance. Everywhere else in this city, we plan to keep our assets in a state of good repair. I did not know, and no previous council that I've been a part of for the last 11 years has discussed this deferred maintenance issue. This, I'm not gonna say it snuck up on the city, but it kind of snuck up on the council, you know?
I would like to hear the city manager's follow-up comment.
Yeah, please.
I was just going to point out, the mayor covered it, that there's never been a reserve account established for the Wave, and that's been a huge problem. That is a management problem. We're trying to solve it now, but it's something we all inherited.
And the current management deserves kudos for bringing the issue forward so it can be addressed. This is what good management is. And by the way, I'm not willing to do a recurring obligation, but we're not being asked to do that tonight out of Prop L. We desperately need some immediate investment for safety and for just basic repairs. So I am willing to approve the item tonight, particularly with thank you for the direction. If we can get direction on this, I'm totally willing, you know, even though it's not my preference to spend Prop L money on this, I recognize the urgency and the need. And so I will support staff's recommendation. But there was another item which is not part of the current recommendation, which is to create the reserve fund. That is not part of the current recommendation. Is that correct? Okay, that is not part of the current recommendation. That is being recommended for a future conversation or a future approval. That I cannot support right now. Now, perhaps if we have a genuine conversation about an RFP and we just can't find our way forward in that, maybe there's a different answer there. But that would mean we'd considered all of our options. Councilmember Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff for this. I mean, I've looked at quite a few dozen pages of Wave things, you know, over the last few meetings. So I know that's a lot of work to put together, and you guys have done a great job on that. And the Wave itself is a huge asset. You know, I mean, I think I've been going there since I was a kid, and I played water polo there, and I haven't gone in a while, but I'm sure as soon as I have kids, I'll be going right back and enjoying it with my family. So, you know, I think it's something that's a really important asset to not only our city, to our residents, to our students, but, you know, it's also a big draw for things like local tourism and to bring people in from some of our surrounding cities. Because like it was said earlier, it is the only water park around. And, you know, while that's still true, I mean, but I think so I think it's important that we keep it operational, that we keep it in a state of good repair for our residents and for all of those different stakeholders that I mentioned. But I think it is something that we have to have this really difficult conversation of what are we going to do in the next 10 years? And I don't think it would be very good leadership of us to keep kicking down that can forever with a big looming $14-15 million dry area improvement, down the road, without having a really good strategy on what we're going to do to make that work. So I had a couple questions. I know that this is a public asset. It's a public park. It's something where none of our parks are revenue generating monsters. They're usually meant as a public good that use tax dollars to fund. And I believe we kind of do that through our operating subsidies, our allowed subsidies, as here's the amount that we're hoping we only lose this. Is that something where we've ever only lost that?
Yes, prior to COVID, we had a $400,000 allowable subsidy, and we were able to stay under that. It's been in these years prior to COVID where we're trying to catch up and regain the attendance, the staffing, keep the amenities up that weren't running for a year, kind of rebuilding from that. So we're still on the rebuild from that, but yeah, there was a period of time that we had an allowable subsidy, $400,000, and we stayed within that.
That's actually really great news because one thing I do come from the business world. I run a marketing company and I do a bunch of that fun social media stuff and all of that. As a day-to-day, every day for a lot of businesses here around Vista and and outside. And if you're trying to market a product and the product itself isn't a generating asset, and you think we're just going to get it back up to what it was, and then it'll make money. If it didn't previously, that would be not a very smart method. So no, I'm glad to hear that there is some hope. How much do community pools typically cost a city to operate? Is that something we know?
Yeah, I've kind of talked a lot with our consultant on this just because, he's really been around in so many different agencies. And, I've only been in just a few agencies, and I just know the way our budgets are set up in most of the cities, they're not set up like the WAVE where it's an enterprise fund where you're really tracking every single dollar that's spent. So it's really hard. I know Justin's kind of mentioned that, in the business, because he's building pools, they ask him, are we going to make money when we build this? And they tell him right away, no.
Yeah. I don't expect. I mean, that's the thing is I don't expect it to be a revenue generating tool like that. But it'd be interesting to at least know comparatively how much a community pool that doesn't necessarily have a bunch of expensive amenities like water slides and lap pool. Flow riders and things like that. If this one is more expensive than usual because of those assets, and if as I'm aware of it, a lot of that was brought as a way to offset the cost of some of the more community, like those are more profit center driven items to bring people in to generate revenue to fund more of the lap pools and the things that are more community focused that typically don't make money. Is that correct?
And I think it's hard to weigh it because being an enterprise fund, I don't know how many other community pools are categorized as an enterprise fund. I know another city-owned water park. A lot of their park maintenance and any of their maintenance projects is not in their operating budget. So their operating budget purely is their operating costs and their operating revenues because they're not categorized as an enterprise fund. So that's where it's hard to compare the WAVE to other community entities because they're not all enterprise.
And I was thinking of comparing it more to something like our acceptable reserve amount or something where we've set this as like we think 400,000 is an acceptable, what we've decided as a city that is a acceptable loss that we're willing to spend as a public asset, using taxpayer funds, that they're going to get this much use out of it and then it'll be worth this much to people. So I was going to try to be fair to that because I understand that that's a little tough to compare apples to apples because we're a little unique, right? Do we have any plans on what we're going to do about that $15 million upcoming expense?
The staff recommendation is to pay for the improvements that we need to do today, which will give us another 10 years. We do not have a funding source to get us past the 10-year mark, so that's a conversation that still needs to happen.
Yeah, I think it's a really important conversation because again, like, if we're just kicking the ball down the court, this council has no desire to get rid of the wave, but, with a $15 million then adjusted for inflation kind of, price tag and a different council up here, I want to make sure that they don't have a different opinion, right? Because I think it's that important. So, I think it is important that we do market the pool regardless of, its current, the current status and everything, just because, if we don't think it's valuable to people, then we shouldn't even have it open, right? If we think it's not valuable and we're still opening it and charging people money for it, then, we're doing a disservice. If we think it's valuable, then we should still be marketing it as valuable. So, that's just my marketing, but there's a lot of things that I've thought about with this where, as putting my marketing hat on, like, what could we do to improve, the services? What could we do that might bring in more revenue? And I think actually a lot of the things were mentioned tonight, Councilmember Contreras mentioned a lot with, things like extended season, hours, doing different events, after hours type things, which are all, concessions, alcohol, premium events, right? Things like that where, we have it's a giant venue that can be used for a lot of different things. I know we do rent it out to outside events, but, having some things where, the pool closes down at a certain hour and now you light up the pool with some cool LED lights and you have people sipping their little margarita around the little lazy river and spending $20 a margarita because we don't want them to drink too much. And, it sounds like, an opportunity. And I know that works really well for a lot of, outside entities, right? So I know there's a lot of those different things, which is why I think it is worth us at least, if we were to try to enact all of that, that would be a very big project and a lot of big changes. And so that's why I think that, looking out at an RFP or something to see who could potentially do something like that, those are a lot of business-minded changes where we have to really be looking at those numbers on what are the return on investments and things that, typically cities and especially, in a parks type context are not necessarily, and especially, that's literally, we don't even have our funding set up in a way where we can even do that analysis currently, it sounds like. So, there's some really big business-minded analyses that need to be done to see if any of that is actually going to be a revenue generator for us or another huge risk that turns into another cost center that, ends up making that 15 into 20 million or 30 million later. So I think there's a lot, this is something that I think is really important. I think we do have to have this conversation, but there's a lot of these things that I don't really want to rush because we do have those surrounding properties. I've been looking into some of the other surrounding properties that aren't owned by the city to see if, those are potential, areas we could pick up or, because there's lots of opportunities we could do with things like, having an attached hotel or having something like that where we're able to leverage that type of local tourism, economic development piece on it, that would be very difficult for us to do as a city. So I do think that we do need to make the investment in here regardless of, whether we have the outside operator or not. I think if we do some of these improvements on our own, that the deal that we will get from an outside operator, the term that we get, if they're not investing $3.6 million immediately into it, maybe we can negotiate shorter terms on some of those contracts and things like that, where if an entity comes in and immediately drops, millions of dollars, they might want to have a 10-year contract or something that I might not want to give them. So I think that this is probably, I think that would be something I'd be very supportive of is funding the current liabilities, making sure that the wave pool, the wave is an asset that's, continue to be in good shape for our community while going and having a serious conversation over this next 10 years of what can we do to improve the current situation to where we're not leaving future councils a really good excuse to shut it down. And so that's my thoughts right now.
So you're offering a motion to adopt staff's recommendation?
I think that's...
Oh, did you already make that motion? You made that motion?
Want to
second it?
And it sounds like if I just say that I'm interested in RFP and we've had that, is that enough? We don't have to add that?
Yeah, we've had 3 members say that they're interested, so the city manager has received input from the majority of the council on that item.
Okay.
We'll hear from it at a future council meeting.
Then I'll second.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. Okay, to understand the procedure for this item, we can specify that direction of whether or not we want to hear an RFP at any time. Any member of the
We just
council
did.
and any member of the council can add that item to an upcoming agenda.
It's already been done.
When we do discuss items as a council and we seek council majority confirmation, my goal is to make sure that staff has adequate direction. So it sounds like there were a couple of ideas surrounding this RFP process that were discussed. The first was that an RFP could be sought by a potential operator of the wave. The other RFP inquiry was surrounding marketing and potentially a marketing firm. So my understanding is that we do have an option under all of staff's collection of recommendations, but not the recommendation. We do have an option to seek an outside operator. Is that correct? Was that presented tonight?
So yeah, when we first brought these three options in February, direction from council was to bring back more information on all three options. And so the best way we found to provide this more information on this option 2, the RFP, was to do an RFI. And so that right now, we weren't really recommending these other two options. We were just recommending the first option.
Okay. And the first option, could you clarify the motion that's on the floor?
Yes, and if you,
Just the motion that's on the floor.
yes,
please.
so the motion on the floor does not include an RFP. So that's not procedurally correct. You can't just have 3 members of the body.
Well, could I have
So the
clarification
motion,
from
yeah.
maybe city attorney?
Yeah, I
Could you
think we need to talk to
clarify-
city
Could
attorney.
you clarify the motion that's on the floor this time?
So as I understand the motion by Councilman Gutierrez, it was just to approve staff's recommendation, then and to start lap
And that
swim
includes lap
immediately. And then subsequent conversation, there was seemingly at least 3 council members that were open to an RFP. And so with that, staff would go away with that direction to bring back an RFP to the council.
Right, and to edify the process and to make sure that I'm included in any direction, I might even put a motion on the floor to get clarification. So is it possible procedurally, city attorney, for us to have 2 separate motions on the floor at the same time? We have a motion and a second. Would we be able to, if I were to seek out another motion in a second? But during the item, we could, right? So if we voted on the current motion that's on the floor, we could then have an additional item.
I mean, it would be preferable to have one motion. And so to have everything contained in that
We
motion.
only have one motion on the floor at a time.
Well, at a time, yes, but supposing we do vote on the motion that's on the floor. So I just want to understand procedurally where I can provide my input.
Could I give you the point of information, please?
Yes, certainly.
What staff is going to do, Mr. Conley can correct me, given the direction that council has just provided, we are going to agendize this for a future meeting. I think that Mr. Conley and staff are going to take what they believe are the concerns they've already heard. Probably they'll visit with council one-on-one, find out what other concerns you have, try to bring in a conversation about this RFP, a menu of options, things you want, things you are not willing to consider, and then we're going to have a council conversation. We're going to give direction on each of those items. We're going to build that RFP together through a full and open public process. And then the council's going to have an opportunity, after we work collaboratively together to build that RFP, to give it thumbs up or thumbs down. If we give it a thumbs up, then whoever wants to in the whole wide world can submit a request for proposal. Those requests for proposal will come back to the city council, and then the city council can decide whether or not it wants to choose one of those proposals or reject all of them.
Certainly, Mayor, I understand. Where I am hoping to make sure I have a voice in the body is to provide direction on the work that our city staff will be doing to prepare for those items going forward. So,
Give it to them now.
City Manager, would you say that the focus of this RFP process for you is going to be related to an operator or to a marketer? Was that clear to you in the direction? Because I heard both of those
So
things.
we would be bringing all of those options forward to council to get direction from you on what you would want to include in the RFP.
Okay, because I did not hear specifics from my council majority on that topic. So I think that when we do give direction to staff, my recommendation is let it come in a motion or let us be very clear so that we can all support giving staff clear direction. So that may be true that you're going to bring all the information, but I did not hear that from everybody. So the other concern that I have, Mayor, and you brought this up, is that we are about to utilize Measure L funds for these. Now, I heard you say that you are not interested in using Measure L funds until we have considered an investor to come in. But at this moment, it sounds like you do support using Measure L funds.
May I clarify?
Please clarify.
I don't support, because what was not in the recommendation, but what was suggested for a future item is that we set aside $360,000 a year, correct? On an ongoing basis from the Prop L monies?
We didn't make a recommendation.
Oh, we didn't recommend where that was going to come from.
If I could,
Assuming that that was the source of the money, I am not willing at this time to provide $360,000 a year on top of the $3.5 million that we are approving tonight.
okay, so
We are all
if I could
agreeing on
reclaim my
$3.5 million.
I could reclaim my time. We are going to be using Measure L funds in this motion that that we are going to vote on. We are going to be using Measure L funds, if it passes, to repair the wave in the recommendations from the consultant, right? And so we are going to be using, was not initially designated for that use, but we potentially will be using Measure L funds for repairs to the wave. Now, where I have a concern, I do not believe that we have the revenue to set aside $360,000 a year to help bolster the future repairs of the wave. I do not believe that the city of Vista has that revenue right now. I totally support some of the ideas that have been on the floor. I've spoken with our staff when we went and took a tour, and I said, you know what we need? We need hospitality. We need to have a hotel connected to the opposite side of the wave. We need to have private cabanas. We need to have more robust hospitality, and that's something I've been working on with the city manager. So I think that there is kind of a shared vision, right, of what the wave could be, but there is also a very clear boundary on what the wave must be and how it must stay for our community. So I am supportive of using Measure L funds to get us to a place where we have higher standards. We can go into a process of improving the standards ourselves. And I do appreciate, Councilmember Fox, you saying that we need to kind of put our best foot forward. Because let's be real, you guys, investors are going to be speculative also. We might not have all the answers, but neither do they. So what common sense steps can we take to have better facilities? And then what resources can we use to market those facilities to our potential customers, which are usually the wonderful people of Vista, but maybe some surrounding friends from North County, right? So I think that we can do a good job on our own, but it's a really big, heavy lift, and I don't think we're gonna find $360,000 a year, and I don't want to burden our staff any further with, and it was not a management problem. It was a failure of prior leadership, and I will take responsibility for it because it's our problem now. So I really have to say to staff, we wanna make sure that you have funds available to do what we ask you to do. It takes time for you to come back to us with RFP. I'm interested in having a discussion about an RFP about marketing. I think that's where we can start. But if you bring an investor in who's going to operate the facility, bring in more staff, bring in investment of different amenities, hospitality, food, all these improvements, right? Make the cabanas look really nice, they're gonna expect a return on that. And where's it gonna come out of? It's gonna come out of ticket prices. And I guarantee our list could be really, really, really serious list, right? Of all the things we expect to be able to be preserved in the wave, we might not get very far.
Just a quick point of information. Do we have a stop time coming up anytime soon that we have to think
We
about?
do in about at 10:15 or 10:30. Yeah.
Do we have to make any motions if we want to
I
extend
wouldn't
the
during my time right now. Yeah, but I do appreciate you bringing that
I
up.
just meant to like extend the time or anything.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So those are my concerns. We're not going to be able to set aside $360,000 a year, but we do have an opportunity to invest in ourselves a little bit and get the ball rolling in terms of where we want the wave to be. Do I think we could have a strategic partnership? Oh yeah, I totally think we need more hospitality, and we live in the most beautiful place in the world, y'all. This is the most beautiful place in the world. People want to be here. What can we do to work within our hospitality industry to bring more traffic to these amenities? But we gotta start with getting some of these amenities up to speed. So I totally support the use of Measure L funds for this purpose, resounding yes from our community. And we're going to have to engage in ongoing discussions about where these revenues are gonna come from. I'm also very supportive and would empower our residents to form a foundation. And I am actively scouting for leadership of the folks that are invested in the wave who want to do that. And we're gonna stand behind you and support you 100% so that you can be a stakeholder at the end of the day and contribute to the WAVE Foundation so that we don't have to depend on an investor or anybody else. We can do it here in Vista. That's where I'm at in the conversation. I'm game for all future conversations. Whatever you put on the agenda, I will be here. Maybe not after 10:30. I might not be here after 10:30, but I support the motion on the floor, and I just want to make sure staff has a really clear direction about what they're going to be bringing back.
Can I just make a point of clarification on something? I believe that I was supportive of what you're saying from the funding mechanism side, but also in agreeance with you that if we can find a third party that may be able to be, whether it's marketing or whatever it might be, yeah, and explore that option, right? So I don't want it to come across as though I'm not supportive of continuing the funding for the wave in any way, because I think that's the motion that was on the floor that I did say I would support, but also want to bring back an RFP to see maybe there is a third-party operator, whether it's hospitality or whatever aspect it might be, if we can agree on it. And if we don't agree on it, we don't move forward with it. I'm completely fine with that. But I would like to see those. But yeah, in no way am I saying we should not support the funding and the ongoing funding.
Councilmember Contreras.
I think it's just a lot better when we have just one motion, because right now we have a motion and then consensus, and it's really confusing. So is this something that we can do as a bifurcated motion, where one of the motions would be to accept staff's recommendation, reinstate lap swimming, and then we do another motion for the RFP? I mean, I just think, like, why? So, because my motion does not include an RFP. I want to take care of the serious issue before us, because I'm so tired of this getting kicked down. And I do agree, it's not a management issue. How many times have you elected management? Never. How many times have you elected council members? All the time, and the mayor. Leadership needs to come from here. We provide big picture. And so I'm not going to blame management when it's actually a failed leadership of the council. So anyways, I think that we should have a bifurcated motion. Is there consensus for that? Okay, so my motion is to accept staff's recommendation and reinstate lap swim. And I have a second for that. Are we able to just vote on that, and then someone can make a motion for the RFP?
Then you can make a motion for the RFP, and we'll vote on that right after.
Yeah.
Great.
Someone else can make the motion for the RFP.
So we have a motion to second. I have some other people want to speak. Could, per Councilmember Contreras' request and the 11 minutes we have remaining, would there be unanimous consent to vote on the motion on the table at this time? Seeing no objection, cast your votes. Okay, for the public's benefit, we're spending $3.5 million to bring some immediate and pressing repairs up, and we're gonna reinstate lap swimming with this unanimously approved vote. And Councilmember Contreras wants to make a motion to have an RFP.
I actually don't want to make a motion because I don't support it, so
No
someone else
problem.
can.
Direction has already been given. If there's no second to the motion, then we can move on to the next item. Is there any more comment on this item? Otherwise, we'll proceed to the next item if there's no other business here. I'm going once, going twice, going three times. Okay, we're going to move on quickly. Let's try and get the sidewalk discussion in. We've got 10 minutes. If any members of the public wish to speak on the citywide sidewalk prioritization plan, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card at the dais at this time. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation, which will be very short, given to us by our Traffic Engineer Division Manager, Sam Hassan, and Principal Transportation Mobility Planner, Dara Woods. And they will provide a staff report very, very quickly in the 9 minutes we have left.
Good evening. Yes, I'm going to be concise and quick. Tonight, the item before you is the citywide sidewalk prioritization plan. To start, a very brief background on the item. In February 2024, Council directed staff to prepare a priority plan for pedestrian projects. Based on this direction, staff worked with a professional engineering consultant to help establish a formal citywide plan, prioritization plan, with the key objectives to identify all sidewalk gaps along public roadways within the city and develop a methodology for prioritizing new sidewalk projects. The plan used data from previous planning efforts, which already identified missing sidewalk areas in the city and was reviewed for and updated for accuracy. And it was mapped to visually highlight the areas of missing sidewalk through the city so that they could be more clearly identified. And then these areas were then grouped based on project areas already established in previous city planning efforts, such as the CSAP, the Safety Action Plan, and Safe Routes to School plans, and then also by common geography. And the grouping was done to help create project areas of more substantial size for implementation. The following slide on the left is an image of basically all the sidewalk that was identified missing in the city. On the right are the project areas that were identified through grouping efforts, and 121 project areas were identified. After the project areas were identified, the next step was to develop a methodology for prioritizing the sidewalk projects, and the goal of the plan was to have a uniform, transparent approach to evaluating and ranking project areas. So to ensure this consistent evaluation approach, efforts already vetted by the city were used for some of the criteria, which I'll go into more detail. This slide lists the 8 criteria that were ultimately used to evaluate and rank new sidewalk projects, and I'll go over them quickly over the next couple slides. One of the criteria used was the VISTA General Plan Update, known as the GPU Active Transportation Trip Attractor Model, and essentially, it modeled the trip attracting destinations in the city, such as the transit center, sprinter stations, schools, parks, and so on, which are expected to have a high pedestrian demand. And that's reflected on the image on the right are the high demand areas.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to suspend for just a moment.
Sure.
Mr. Jed Hubbard has waited all night long to have his 3 minutes of time on this, and he's going to get his 3 minutes after waiting until 10:30. So I'm going to invite him to come forward at this time before we hit any deadlines for him to make his public comment. If he doesn't mind that we do that before the end of the staff presentation. Mr. Jed Hubbard.
Hello. This is my first time at City Council. I picked a good one, I guess, but thank you.
Oh, they're all this exciting.
Yeah, super fun.
Grab that microphone and talk as close into it as you can.
All right. So basically, I live on Tiger Tail. I'm just down the street, and I've lived there for a couple of years. I sent a super long, obnoxious email to Councilman Fox. He told me to come to the meeting, so I'm here. And after the speed bumps came in on Eucalyptus and Beaumont, it seemed like Tiger Tail just got a lot more, I don't know who I'm talking to, fast traffic. And so I wanted to inquire and figure out how can I have a safer street. I have a kid. There's at least a dozen kids on my street, and I've learned about the project that we're 70th on the list, and we're grouped in a 4.5 mile segment, which is like quadruple the average of every other segment. So I walk on all those streets. Most of them have safe places to walk. They're side streets, they're quiet, they're where I leave Tiger Tail to go walk with my kid to be safe. So all I'm asking for is that eucalyptus is a huge priority. I think that's more important. The library sidewalk is beautiful, and then it ends into the abyss of our neighborhoods. So if we could include Tiger Tail, or I asked to include the 0.3 mile segment of Tiger Tail, which is covered under the grant, community block grant money, I've been told, as part of the eucalyptus prioritizing project, that would be amazing, because otherwise I will probably be dead before there's a sidewalk on my street. So thank you. I'm gonna leave. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start off the 5 minutes remaining discussion with a motion to approve staff's recommendation, but a little twist. I want to add number 17. Let's add Councilmember O'Donnell's Sunset Sidewalk project as item number 17, if he would second that. We'll hear first from Deputy Mayor Melendez.
So I just wanted to go ahead and make a motion to extend our time by 15 minutes. I hope not to be here for too much longer, but I did want to hear the completion of the staff presentation. Otherwise, I would recommend that we continue this into our next council meeting. I do believe staff put in a lot of time into this. And there are details, even the speaker now just gave me another kind of idea of considerations we need to make for how we use this prioritization framework going forward. So I would like to make that motion. Walter, is that sufficient? Do I need a second?
Just for point of information, are we going to require staff to give the same presentation at the next council meeting?
So I would say we're barely like, where are we at in this presentation? You were interrupted, so I actually, at this point, I would make the recommendation to continue it unless there's a full appetite to stay a bit longer, because I want to hear from
My kids
I'll
are in
offer a
bed,
competing
so-
motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
I'll stay here all
I'll
night.
second that. I second that.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
Okay,
Oh,
so
the noes
I make a
have it.
motion then to extend our meeting by a half hour. How long do you want to stay here? For another half hour?
No. I don't. Let me. I don't favor staying. I mean, I've asked this council to place some reasonable limits on conversation. The council's been unwilling to do it. This was our
I
compromise.
seconded your motion, but we didn't have
This
anyone else.
this was our compromise, was to end at 10:30. Caleb and Jacob want Daddy home. My wife wants me home. Mina wants Jeff home. We have families. You know, the conversation, the comments of staff, of council have got to be limited in some way. This is what we agreed to. You know, rubber's got to meet the road somewhere.
I would be agreeable to a 30-minute extension. If not, we can end the meeting in 3 minutes.
Let's end it in 3 minutes.
I,
Well, let's come back in 3 days' time. Let's have a Friday evening meeting.
I'm okay with that.
Let's do it. Motion to have a meeting Friday evening. Second?
I don't know if that would be supportive of staff. So I'm going to say thank you for your time. And I would like to see the full of the presentation. I don't expect that you would be able to complete the presentation in the next 2 minutes. But I also don't want you to rush through your presentation and then us have forceful comments. So, you know, there's a lot of business to get done. We had some lengthy comments tonight from everyone involved. And you know, thank you for your time. I wouldn't necessarily move for us to extend the meeting. I wouldn't necessarily move for us to stop the meeting now, but we have 2 minutes, and I guess I've been recognized on the floor, so I'm here to continue to engage in this meeting. We're not adjourned until 10:30. We have 1 minute. Any other comments?
I will second the motion before we adjourn.
You could second my motion to approve this list with your project included, because next time it won't include your project.
I don't even know what.
I'm saying add your project as number 17.
I want point of clarification before I accept that second, and I will ask for a friendly motion to extend this by 3 minutes right now. But my sidewalks have already been approved and funded and are in design. There is no need to add them to this list. So the discussion around that.
All right, then do you want to second it without this? You want to approve it as is?
That would mean my sidewalk, sure, I'll second it.
But,
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
so this council's not interested in actually discussing the policy?
I
because
would like to
that's-
discuss the policy, so I'm not going to vote yes
Okay.
on this, but.
All right, we'll come back and vote on it at our next meeting.
I know this is the second time this has been on the agenda. Will it be at the beginning of the next meeting, or is it?
Thank you for clarifying. This will be the first discussion item at our next meeting.
So sorry to staff and consultants that are.
Unless there's a public hearing, and the grade separation will be the second
How
item on
about
the next agenda.
this, in the time we have remaining, which is less than 1 minute, why don't we set some, I'm going to ask city manager to create a timeline agenda for our meetings. And I'm going to leave it completely to him to suggest how much time we should appropriate to each item on the agenda. And let's begin to try and work together as a council to try and meet some of these timelines without any other rules. Let's just try and work together so that we can get through the people's business a little bit more efficiently, okay? We're adjourned. No one seconded that. It doesn't need to be seconded. We're adjourned.